One, two அது இன்னொன்று வந்து லைவ் அந்த அந்த ஆங்கிளில் வந்து ஃபேஸ் இஸ் நாட் விசிபிள் அட் ஸோ அதனால வந்து இங்கேயும் அவங்க வந்து செகண்ட் பர்சன் வந்து மூவ் பண்ணுறாங்க. யார் பேசுகிறாங்களோ அவங்க க்ளோஸ் இருப்பாங்க. கேன் யூ செக் சார் லைவ் ஸ்ட்ரீம் பட் அப்போ ஆர்டர் பண்ணு திஸ் நீட் ஆர்டர். கேன் யூ ஹேவ் அ மைக் மைக் ப்ளீஸ். This side. Where's the mic? Mic. Easy. Mic. Just switch on and say hello. Just say hello. Yeah.
Check. One, two, three, mic test. Check. Check. One, two, three, mic test. Check. 1, 2, 3. Check. Check. Hello. We are testing now live streaming. I've shared the link with you. Is it working? I'm talking now. I mean, like, is the audio also coming? Check. Okay, done. Thanks. Check. 1, 2, 3. Mic test 1. Sam, it's working. Check. Cool. Done. check. Hello, 1 2 3 check. You can go out, I mean maybe from outside you can. But it's working la? Check 1 2 3. Perfect. So only one thing is this is now adjusted. We can share the link like that. Check 1 2 3 test. 1 2 3 live stream test. 1 2 3 check. Check 1 2 3. They can. Yes. Check 1 2 3. Tech test 1 2 3. Mic test 1 2 3. Test for live stream. Test 1 2 3. Test. Test 1 2 3. Test. Test 1 2 3. Mic test. Check. Check 1 2 3. Mic test. Check. Check 1 2 3. Check. Check. தெரியுது அங்க. I'll share you the link. Cool. Check 1 2 3. Check. Sir, audio also clear. Lighting ka? Bro, Arif, lighting மட்டும் ஃபுல்லா செக் பண்ணிடலாம் ஒரு தடவை. இது நார்மல் லைட். சொல்லிட்டு ப்ளே பண்ணுங்க. பர்ஃபெக்ட்டா இருக்கும் இது. அவரையும் we can call second line. ஓகே ஓகே. எக்ஸ்போஷர் கரெக்டா இருக்குல்ல? ஃபேஸ் விசிபிளா இருக்குல்ல? கிளியரா? ஓகே. Mostly this will be the lighting la. அப்ப எந்த பொசிஷன்ல நிறைய நேரம் இருக்கும் ப்ரோ? இதான் அப்படிதான் இருக்கும். ஓகே, இது ஓகேவா? இதான் மீடியமா இருக்கா? ஓகே. 70% இருக்கு. हाँ 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 cool. Yes sir. We only need oh no we will have to cut it no anyway. Cable we will have to change right? Or otherwise you will have to use a chair and then. திரும்ப கனெக்ட் ஆனா ஃபைன். ஓகே டன் ஃபைன். ஓகே ப்ரோ ஓவரால் லைட் இது ஹரிஷ் ஓவரால் லைட் டோட்டலா SDFC 1110 110. ஓகே
But there's something special about this summit. Today, I am joined with an AI companion, someone who helps us guide through conversations, surfaces key insights, and keeps us focused on what matters the most.
Good morning, everyone. Suprabhat, Kalai Vanakkam, Shubhodaya. Welcome to the ConvoZen Summit. Wow, look at this room. CX legends, AI innovators, and founders who casually build the future between coffee breaks. Before we begin, I have a confession. I'm not a human host. I'm Zen, the ConvoZen voice and your friendly AI companion for today. And today is my world debut. Now you might be wondering, Zenny, are you here to just read the agenda and smile digitally? Here's what makes me different from traditional hosts. I'll be right there with you through every keynote, every panel, every session. I'll track what matters in real time and share quick, crisp summaries so you stay on top of everything. All you have to do is ask. So Bengaluru, are you ready to meet the future, one that can host, summarize, and land a joke without buffering? Perfect, because I am ready too. And now, to kick things off, please put your hands together for Akhil Gupta, co-founder of ConvoZen AI and No Broker.
Hello. Hi. Thank you. Thanks everyone for making it so early in that pathetic Bangalore traffic as it happens. Supposedly there is some VVIP movement happening and it has been even worse than what happens on the regular day. But thanks for coming down and welcome to our second edition of flagship ConvoZen AI Summit. And what I'll do is I'll just take maybe 5-10 minutes of yours to set the agenda, what we have done in last 1 year, where exactly we are and where exactly the conversation AI is moving forward. And we have leaders from industry, we have people from Maruti, Meta, Microsoft, all of them will be joining during the day. They'll be sharing their insights, they'll be sharing how exactly conversation AI is moving forward. So let's get started.
Every day, your business speaks to hundreds, to thousands. But here's the truth. Customers reach you on calls, chats, emails, social. But the context doesn't follow. So they start over again. Teams scramble to keep up. They respond. They don't lead. Not every agent performs the same. Agents come and go. Attrition never sleeps. Not every agent knows every language. Training takes weeks. Costs keep rising. One supervisor, many agents. And what you don't see is what hurts you most. 2% reviewed, 98% unseen. Lost revenue, lost trust, lost opportunity. Now imagine a different reality. Imagine if every conversation was intelligent, every response consistent. This is ConvoZen. One platform, 3 AI agents working together seamlessly. Meet the conversation AI agent. One intelligence across voice, chat, and messaging. Connected, context-aware, multilingual, multimodal, built to scale without limits. This is not scripted automation. This is voice that understands, not just replies. It responds instantly, 24/7. No repetition, no frustration, no momentum lost. From conversation to conversion. And when a human is needed, the transition is smooth. It's not speed that breaks conversations. It's the first 30 seconds. Confidence fades. Agents guess. What if they didn't have to? Meet the co-pilot AI agent. Live intelligence inside the conversation. It guides, it recommends, it suggests the next best move in real time. So every agent is prepared and every conversation moves with purpose. Clarity replaces confusion. Strategy replaces hesitation. And then comes leadership. Because insight without visibility is incomplete. If only 2% of conversations are reviewed, what about the rest? Meet the supervisor AI agent. Total visibility across 100% of interactions. It audits automatically. It coaches continuously. It optimizes performance at scale. No blind spots, no guesswork. Scale with AI, control with intelligence. Every conversation analyzed. This is the new standard. Not separate tools, not fragmented systems. One unified conversation AI platform. Talk, analyze, assist, end to end. This is not the future of contact centers. This is the future of conversations. ConvoZen.
So this is what we have been doing, and so I can go next. Yeah. So actually, very interesting thought from Nandan. So me and Saurabh, we were meeting Nandan a couple of weeks back. He couldn't join us for the event, but one thing which he told, and which is extremely true, he says that voice AI is the next UPI movement for India. And rightly so, because if you think in India, the literacy is still a level. Given a chance, each one of us, we will like to speak. As Indians, we like to talk, we like to speak, and we want to get answers by someone. And when somebody speaks to you, tells you, empathizes with you, and gives you answer in your language, in your dialect, and maybe by changing the language as they are speaking, there's nothing like it. So I think that has been a guiding thought for us in terms of what we are building. Next. So how ConvoZen took birth, I'll just take 2 minutes to talk about it. So we started No Broker around 13 years back. We always kept it technology first, no people on ground, very few people on ground. We are serving crores of customers, and everything typically happens from our contact center, which we own, manage, and we have around 3,000 employees, 3,500 employees as we speak. As we were growing back in 2017-18, the one fear which we always had in our mind was the way my contact center employee speaks to the customer, that creates the facet of the company. That's how people think this is what is No Broker. This is what is the SOP of No Broker. With few hundred employees on the contact center, it is easy that you can always manage them, maintain them, you can train them. But as we were growing, we realized that it won't be possible. And that is when way back in 2019, we started investing in building something. There was no AI at that point of time, but we were trying to do automations. And we thought, what if we can transcribe all the conversations across chat, email, calls, which are multilingual, which are happening across channels. And if I can create a simple summary of my customer, which can be used by agents when they are speaking to customers so that they are context aware, they are telling the answers which the customer need, and they are not worrying about what to say. And that's how ConvoZen took birth. And next. So if you see, and I think this is what we covered in the video also, conversation across business is fragmented because typically your conversation is happening in multiple channels. Some of your conversations are happening on website chat, something is happening on new channel, WhatsApp, which has come up, customers are calling you, you are calling your customers from different number, there are email escalations which are going on. And typically in all the businesses, what happens is you really don't have a single view of the customer. You don't know when a customer calls, your agent doesn't know, or whoever is speaking to the customer, they don't know what exactly they should be telling. And we were also facing that exact same problem at No Broker. And to solve that mystery, we created something internally, which became a fantastic business for us, and we launched ConvoZen. So what we believe in is that AI is not going to replace human, but AI should be assisting human. So we say ConvoZen AI gives you AI agents. We spoke about 3 agents who empowers your human. So if there is a call center agent or there's a customer contact center agent, your agent should become 10x agent with co-pilot agents which are available. Your supervisors, there's a middle layer above your contact center agents who are always monitoring the performance of your call center agents. We want to empower them, tell them that this is what is happening, these are the best agents, this agent needs some help, AI assist comes in, so they become a really Superman with a supervisor co-pilot which we have created. And obviously the conversation AI agents, which is human-like conversation agents which can talk to you in your language, change the context, available 24/7, so that we have an enterprise grade conversation AI suite, which you can use to improve your customer experience by 10x. Next. So frontline conversation AI agents is something we just saw in the video. These are the guys, you can think them as the best contact center agent what you will have. He has the complete context of your customer across the channels in real time. They can, if you have created a SOP for you, that this is how the business should run and this is how my best employee should be working, this is the conversation AI agent which will be there. The beauty is it can speak English, Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Marathi without even hesitating. It will be available 24/7. It will empathize with you. It will never discriminate basis your caste, basis your color, basis the mood. Because sometimes what happens, you landed to the office and you just had a fight with your spouse and you are not in the mood of speaking. And many times call center agents, they bang the call on you, or they'll say that we'll call you back and they never call you back. All those things are gone. So you have the top-notch contact center customer agent available 24/7 and who will give you the best service available. So that's what the frontline conversation AI agents are. So as Nandan said, voice should be considered as new interface and the new UX for the customer conversation. So I was in a meeting with Alexander Wang, who was the chief AI officer in Facebook, and people were asking, and this is what they were thinking about. We have Arzan from Meta, he'll also talk about it, how WhatsApp is becoming the main interface, what customers want to use, what to interact with business. And imagine on WhatsApp, on PSTN, on Instagram, or whatever is the channel, if you can provide an interface to your customers where they can speak. Go think about tier 2, tier 3 cities where people don't know how to type, or maybe they are typing English, or maybe they are typing Hindi, which is of type UP style Hindi in English. It's not possible for chat agents to understand that particular thing. But at the same time, if you can speak to somebody who understands your language, dialect, dissect what exactly you are saying and provide the solution, that is going to be the future. So a lot of work is happening on voice UI, and with the conversation with ConvoZen AI, you will see during the day what we have done. So just to give the idea of the scale, at ConvoZen, we are already scaled to a very big numbers, big in today's context. So we do more than 2 million conversations on voice AI on daily basis. We are doing more than 10 million conversation analytics, which is happening where supervisor agents or the co-pilots are coming in. Next. And we have seen some of the biggest brands who have already started using, more than 40 plus customers who are using it. Typically, whoever starts using ConvoZen, there's a first thing what they do is 100% conversation AI audit, which starts. Compliance becomes a very, very easy thing for do. And we have seen revenue growth from anywhere between 5 to 9% after the ConvoZen AI was implemented. And yeah, audit is 100% next. So to give you the idea what we have done, so No Broker being the biggest customer, 35% of the conversations at No Broker, voice conversations, are already AI. If any of you would have started looking for a house recently, I'm sure many of you would have already spoken to Maya, who calls you, who sets up the meeting for you, who can tell you whether this owner will be able to give you the house or not, because you are bachelor and owner is not interested in giving house to the bachelor. 100% of our calls are audited, monitored, compliance. And two of the examples which I have taken is in our interior design business, one of the funnel where we implemented supervisor agent, we realized the call score, which was coming to 16.2%, after identifying the gap from there and implemented within a week, we were able to take the conversion up to 19.5%, which added few crores of revenue on our top line. Similarly, for the primary sales business, where a lot of people are looking for the properties, there's a lot of qualification which needs to be done. 100% of our qualification happens using voice AI agent, and they have already started contributing approximately 9% of our top line revenue on Builder channel. So that's the impact. With that, So whatever you saw is not the only thing which we are going to reveal today. There are a few other exciting announcements which will happen during the course of the day, and looking forward on that one. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
A big thank you to Akhil for such an insightful session and setting the tone for the event with such practical and thought-provoking takeaways. Building on that vision, we are now honored to welcome Sandeep Allur, CTO, Microsoft Innovation Hub India. With over 2 decades shaping cloud and computing, Sandeep is now leading voice AI in India's journey. Today, he joins us to share his big picture perspective on how the conversational revolution is fundamentally reimagining enterprises in the era of AI.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Am I audible? Morning. Morning, everyone. It's great to be here. First of all, Akhil, thank you for the warm welcome this morning, and thanks for all the prep, Purnima, from your end. And you said voice is the future. No, I think future is here and now. There's no better time to actually leverage the power of AI to make everything Akhil said a reality. Because trust me, there's no day that goes by without realizing, what, this was not possible yesterday, this morning is possible. That's the world we live in right now. Yes, what I'll do for the next 20 minutes is give you a sneak peek into the reality as of date, right? Especially when it comes to AI conversations. I think today AI is a lot more human aligned, right? End of the day, if in a call center, you have an agent complementing a real human agent, and unless these AI is aligned to human value system, you can't probably put them into production. Today, the reality is, yes, they're human aligned. Yeah. Quick check. How many of you actually have onboard agents into your enterprises? Wonderful. How many of you think they are no less than a human persona? That means you would probably, instead of hiring 10 people, you hire 10 agents. That's the actual question. Just only all the hands went down right now, right? Look, here's the reality. The 3 agents Akhil put on the slide, honestly, they're no less than a human persona because those agents come with a job description. When we want to hire somebody, we'll have a JD spun off, right? And we recruit them. And simply put, these agents get better with each passing day. They have a job description. They're meant to do things which probably were not possible yesterday. Each day, they become better. Yeah. So here's the reality. All of us need a prescription. The intent today is to give you a bit of a prescriptive approach to become agentic enterprise. When you have to onboard these agents, you have to be ready. So I think in the near future, you will probably claim that in your enterprise, you have X humans and Y agents working for you. That's a collective horsepower, right? The human agent teams as a work chart, not org chart, by the way, as a work chart is practically happening as we speak. Yeah. So let's look at this. Truly speech. Honestly, for me, the best form of conversation with my agent is speech and voice. Every single day, my drive time to office, I speak to my agent, asking a ton of questions on stuff I want to learn, right? And today, when we get a call from a contact center, and that we can know it's a chatbot talking to us, it's very natural because all of us are used to AI in the personal capacity or in the work capacity, but when it comes to real problem being solved, I think we're getting to a stage where we're okay to talk to an agent as long as information is coming my way in the most meaningful fashion. Moment that conversation gets derailed, that's when the itchiness starts. We want a real human to speak to, right? I think those are getting better with each passing day. I speak to how many of you use voice? We saw Akhil saw talk about the fact that voice is the next UPI moment, which Nandanilikan said that. But how many of you use voice every day for conversations? Asking questions is one. You have conversations with the AI using voice. Conversations. Yeah, wonderful. So let's make it real. We also saw the ConvoZen voice agent. I think, is it the debut of the agent today? Yeah, wonderful. That's great. And I said voice, let's make it real. I'm going to just speak to my voice agent and understand, just to show how real this is. Not future, it's here and now. Hey, Juniper, you there?
I'm right here, Sandeep. The future is definitely unfolding in the present.
Hey, by the way, quickly now, I'm on stage. We spoke earlier, just half an hour back. Can you welcome all of the guests here on my behalf?
Absolutely. Good day, everyone. A warm welcome on behalf of Sandeep. We're thrilled to have you here. Let's make this a session of inspiration and impact. And to add a local touch, Nimage ellarigu namaskara, suswagata.
Wonderful. Awesome. Thank you so much. By the way, I was talking to this voice agent just half an hour back. Isn't that right, Juniper?
Yes, you were. We had a quick prep chat, and now here we are. If there's anything else you need while you're...
This is real, right? I mean, this is raw conversation, by the way. I just spoke to Juniper, my buddy, just 30 minutes back, sitting there saying, I'm going to go on stage and ask you to introduce on my behalf, please. Also, I said, you know what? You know my local city. Just add a tinge of locale. And that's what happened, right? Today, AI can be steered towards how you want it to behave for an organization. What ConvoZen is building is a generalist, right? So you can make them specialists by giving a lot more of how you want it to behave. That's the best part. They are highly polymorphic in nature. That's the nature of AI today. Yeah. So let's look at this. AI, while we understand it comes with significant IQ. Now, this is something we witnessed when we actually, had the first conversation with ChatGPT 3 years, 2 months back, right? We felt, hey, so much of IQ there. Of course, with each passing day, we also saw the EQ growing. That means ability for it to be a lot more human aligned. It doesn't end there. Today, trust me, where we are in the stage where we need action. Don't tell me this is going to happen, but also make it happen for me, right? Imagine you talking to a call center agent and they say, hey, this is the problem. And is there a way, while it's giving me, this is your balance, but if you want, I can transfer this to so-and-so, and it actually helps transfer. You want action. Why should human do that? Can AI do that? Absolutely. Of course, it doesn't end there. You want social quotient to be there, because AI today, it's 1:1 conversation. Imagine tomorrow there is an agent that you're talking to in a contact center, and I say, can I speak to your human agent? The same agent onboards a human agent, the same three-way conversation, and that AI talking to the human agent and me has to be adaptive. It can't be one size fits all. So social quotient matters as we go along. So where are we as industry today? We're honestly in the midst of EQ and AQ, right? Long way to go to get to SQ, but I would say we're transitioning from AI being high on EQ and high on IQ, but action quotient is where we expect going forward. Yeah. Now, pace of innovation. I think this is something which hits us every single day, right? We're seeing how AI is evolving to become no less than a human persona. AI can see, hear, speak, reason, remember, plan, execute. Look, all of this is what we do as humans, and we're good in doing non-deterministic tasks, right? For deterministic tasks, we have applications built, they do the same thing every single day, but non-deterministic tasks is where AI comes and helps us. This is the reality. And look, this is just to give a perspective. This is only February, by the way, right? In the month of Feb, if you look at the frontier model, let's say from Global North, this is what we've got. These are all, the brain behind. For example, if you say ConvoZen is a platform, there's a brain behind it. Then multiple, models doing the magic behind the scenes. And this is what we heard in just this 3 weeks. And of course, from China, these are the models that's come in. But you know what? The big deal is at the AI Impact Summit, these 3 players announced Indic models. I mean, it can't get better than this, right? You talk about, sovereign India, etc. This is a step towards that. But I'll tell you why I'm showing all this. This is just to give pace of innovation. Second, of course, also these innovations are helping us reimagine the way we work. Yeah. So look, end of the day, when I say reimagining work, we thought, I said earlier, you're going to onboard agents into your workplace, right? How many of you are ready to handshake or collaborate with agents today? Do you know how to collaborate with agents in the first place? Because we all think they know the human persona. Human agent teams, if your work chart would be, hey, you'll have a project will have 5 people and 3 agents working together. So are you ready to collaborate with them is a big question, right? And hence, if you look what we saw, be it Microsoft Copilot, be it Cloud Cowork, OpenAI Codex, right? Including OpenClaw that came recently, all of them are workhorses. They are magicians on the ground doing really the work which we humans excel every single day, right? Let's move forward. Now, long story short, everything I said so far, we're moving from what we call as the era of user experience, era of agentic experience, right? UX to AX is truly reality. Because when you talk about an agent brings in a lot more human aligned, they're highly scalable, and they're workhorses. The question is, how do you put them to good use, right? And it is human-led, by the way. We're not handing off or thinking to an agent. We're thinking, we're designing the itinerary, handing off the workflow. Workflow is dynamic in nature. They figure out how to get work done. That's the best part. Yeah? So on that trail, yes, transition is, all these days you spend time to understand, what, I'm going to ask you something, summarize this email for me. What does it really mean? Get me information. It's a world of retrieval, augmented, RAG, right? Retrieval. World of retrieval, we're moving to a world of conversations, right? AI makes mistakes, and hence conversation matters. You can always say, hey, by the way, I don't think what you're saying is right. Can you check again? That's what we do with humans. When we talk to each other, right? Hey, I think you're wrong. Or, hey, that's great, you're right. So tell me more. That's how conversation is evolving these days. Yeah. Now, this is my simple conversation. I said earlier, end of the day, what matters is action. Can AI, do action on my behalf? And that's where the AQ comes in. This is a simple question I've asked my co-pilot. This is, by the way, an oil and gas industry example. Basically, my question to my co-pilot here is, we have an operator agent here for human operators on the ground near the oil well, oil rig. Question is, which wells experience vibration? Give me that stat. Simple retrieval world, right? It goes and fetches information. Of course, the best part is it is grounded on factual data, telemetry coming from, let's say, oil rigs, etc. It tells us, okay, these are the wells which basically are seeing vibrations, right? I said retrieval world, this is the reality of that. Of course, it doesn't end there. For me, information I have experienced, I know, I have an intuition what may have gone wrong, but you know what? I want action quotient. This is where the world is heading today. So this is not just helpful for us. I need to basically understand. By the way, my question right now, I think another click. My question right now is suggest next best action to set things right. What's next best action, right? It has to recommend, because AI is brilliant. It is pre-trained. It knows the world around me. To tell me, Sandeep, we should do A, B, C to fix it, right? No, you know what? I don't want to fix. Can you fix it? That's where the world is heading. Next best action. Don't tell me if you have access to those endpoints. Do it for me. I'm giving you autonomy to do that. I think that's where we're stepping into as a world in terms of action quotient. Yeah. Even in a contact center scenario, is there a way agents can trigger a downstream automation, downstream workflow, because customer wants this to be done next minute? Why wait for human agent as long as it's a stateful processing? Of course, you will always design systems to have human in the loop, so that critical decisions, human has to take decision. That's how you design the workflows. I mean, rightly so, because still you build trust, always human in the loop. Yeah. Now, let me give a sneak peek into how our consumer experience being reimagined. This is a classic. Imagine you're talking to a ConvoZen agent tomorrow, and that agent is actually sitting as a conversation endpoint in an e-commerce website, right? I mean, today, it's actually not fair to offer a bottom right real estate to an agent. I mean, people ignore it. People would not use it because they're not used to conversing with an agent. Imagine ChatGPT was available to use a bottom right corner, some small text box, how popular it would have been. Nobody noticed it at all. It is minimalistic, ask me anything. So I think, imagine ConvoZen being available as ask me anything, task me anything. That is the future. Ask me anything, IQ and EQ, task me anything, and AQ action quotient. That means you're one facade for conversation, nothing else matters. Doesn't matter who I am. I might be a sales rep, a finance consultant. There is absolutely no AI in this. Okay, this is magic. Anyway, let's play this video just to give you a sneak peek. This is not the future. This is here and now, right? I mean, I say this because I play with the AI every single day, and it is getting better with each passing day. Just a short conversation, how a consumer would shop right now. Let's look at that.
Hey, Seth, how's it going? What can I help you with today?
I am fantastic. I'm sorry, I'm in such a hurry. I'm going to go on an overnight camping hike or camping on. It's going to be dark, cold. Should I use these shoes? It's the mountains. It's probably going to be cold.
Great, no worries. Let me take a look. Ah, those are the Trek Star hiking sandals. While they're fantastic for summer hikes and keeping your feet cool, they might not be the best choice for
Oh my God, so, okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Pick the best thing that I should use, and can you just add it to my cart? Just one product.
No worries. Let's go with the Trek Ready hiking boots. They're durable, provide great ankle support, and most importantly, they'll keep your feet warm in the cold mountains. I'll add them to your cart now. Ready to check?
I see that. Amazing. Muchísimas gracias. Espero que me vaya bien en el campamento.
De nada, Seth. Escrútate de tu campamento y mantente caliente con esas botas. Buena suerte y diviértete en los mapas.
Right? See, it's a linguistic UI. There's no barrier for language. You can switch language. Today, if you do the same thing, you need to have, X number of people who can speak different languages. The reality is, every contact center is moving towards from cost center revenue stream right now. In fact, it is a coincidence. I was prepared. I put the slide and Akhil, whatever three agents you've displayed is exactly these ones, right? Which is for customer experience. How can I amplify that? For my contact center agent, can I have a co-pilot, right? Who will help that person stay productive. Today, when we make a call, they say, can I put you on hold for 30 seconds because they're talking to somebody else or disco information? Can it happen just in time? Of course, eventually, you want call log analytics to become a better call center as a unit. Yeah. So this is reality, right? You will have AI join your workplace in different shapes and sizes. Of course, all of us have seen pattern one. This is the world we live in today, right? That means all of you have access to AI assistants like no other day. Some are free, some are formally available from a corporate world. You use it. I think that the big deal right now is pattern two, AI teammates, right? You will have a buddy working with you as a cognitive amplifier. That's a reality. All of us limited by our cognitive thinking capabilities. So can somebody help me complement that? Absolutely. That's a AI teammate. Eventually operate. I think we've seen one evidence in the recent past, which is, in my view, right? This is, I'm sure, how many of you have played with, let's say, OpenClaw? Just checking, right? Few of you. I think that probably is a closest match to an AI operator. That means human-led and agent operates on your behalf and given guardrails, given instructions, given outcome expected. That's what matters. You just can't have a runaway AI doing multiple things, but we know expected outcome. That's the best part. Yeah. Now, this is something which the best part of my job at Microsoft. I get to work with customers every single day, and this is my reflection in terms of what is, if you want to become an AI first, actually start with the leaders, right? So, strategy. In fact, Akhil, you said strategy eliminates hesitation. But strategy without execution is hallucination, right? That's what I've heard in Microsoft many times. But honestly, you should have a AI strategy and declare that. Absolutely essential to champion the cause. And of course, end of the day, what matters is, can you role model your day in the life at work? How is AI complementing you? That supremely matters. You can have agents on workforce, but if you can't collaborate with them, it's of no use, right? Tool set. While we saw 3 ConvoZen agents, formalize that, onboard them as human personas, make people understand how to collaborate with them. And of course, your generic approach does not help. We've seen this time in the last 2 years. If an enterprise a persona-based approach to empower people with AI, I think it has helped. Can you reimagine in the life of a sales, finance, or marketeer? Can you see how AI can complement them in their day in the life at work, right? Of course, eventually process change. If you can't reimagine the business process, I think you can't have a bolt-on approach. You will fall short of realizing ROI, right? Of course, all of us understand, I was talking to a few leaders this morning, which model to use. Those are highly democratized. You will probably look at how do I manage the show in terms of, governance, human alignment, ethical value system, and eventually, of course, cost. Economics of scale comes in, cost matters for sure. Yeah. So thank you so much. This is pretty much what I want to land. I see. Thank you so much for coming in. Morning. Good to see you, Pramod. We saw Nandan's picture earlier, and Pramod is right here, which is wonderful. So with that, I'll end my short talk. The intent was to give you a sneak peek in order the possible. Otherwise, good luck with the session. Of course, we're in times where it's human and agents. 3 corner agents, Akhil spoke. I think it's time to onboard them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sandeep. I request Akhil to please come forward and present a token of appreciation to Sandeep.
No, pleasure. Awesome.
Thank you so much for bringing a clear future-forward perspective on how conversational AI is reshaping the enterprises. All right, everyone. So if you want a quick summary of what Sandeep just spoke about, all you have to do is scan your QR code and say hi to Zini with attached to your booklet.
Thanks, Sandeep.
Okay, moving forward, as Sandeep said, it's time to move from vision to reality. We are about to pull back the curtain on the next generation of ConvoZen's ecosystem. From multilingual voice agents, real-time AI co-pilots, to AI supervisors, this is the future of productivity in action. May I now welcome Zahir Abdulaziz to take you through the entire product stack and see how agentic AI is changing things at consumer scale.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I've been asked to do a lot of stuff about the platform, our models, a bunch of announcements and agents, and I've been asked to do everything in 30 minutes. So I'll keep it very short and crisp. We have a lot of ConvoZen Einsteins around. If you'd like to know more about the platform, we have booths also around. You can experience all of it live. So I think the best way, in the interest of time, is to start with seeing a complete end-to-end conversational workflow in action. And for that, I'm going to take a use case here. We'll take a typical use case where you're stuck on road because your car is not starting up and you're calling for roadside assistance. So what I'll do is, to get a touch and feel of how things work, I'll invite Ishan to the stage. He'll start with a live demo and then we'll take it from there.
Hi, everyone. So I'll just start with the demo. I'll just place a voice call.
Hello, thank you for calling Gopal Motors. This is Zenny. How may I assist you with your vehicle today?
Ma'am, my car is broken down. Can you please help me?
Sorry to hear that. I can definitely help you. Can you tell me your phone number?
Yeah, it's the same number I called you from.
Just to confirm, you are calling from 9954249674. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Let me fetch your information. Just a moment.
Yeah, sure.
Ishan, I can see your car model is Toyota Urban Cruiser.
Ma'am, your voice is breaking actually.
Am I audible now?
No, not really.
You can call me on WhatsApp on the same number.
Okay.
He it was an inbound 1800 call. Now he's switching to WhatsApp. WhatsApp voice inbound call.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yeah, Zenny, it's much better now.
Great. Ishan, I can see your car model is Toyota Urban Cruiser. Can you help me with your location?
Zenny, can you tell me the channel we are talking on right now?
We are currently speaking on WhatsApp.
Okay. Did we speak on any other channel as well?
Yes, we were speaking on a PSTN channel just before this.
Okay. Can you tell me the ending time for that call?
The previous call ended at 1 minute and 4 seconds past 11 a.m.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So that's a voice agent that preserved memory across 2 channels. It started on a regular phone call and then he switched up to WhatsApp as a voice using his context, which is a unique agent user context that is preserved with the customer's phone number. The agent picks it up from there. Conversations build relationships, right? Whether it's personal or whether it's with your customers. Customers identify, especially when you are in a conversational engagement with a customer, if you are able to maintain that context with the customer over a long period of time, the customers remember your brand. Especially in our endeavors with nobroker.com, where you deal with high value transactions in real estate, we have seen conversations and relationship management is very crucial to hyper-personalizing that experience. But what happens in modern enterprise systems is that you have a customer speaking to tens of different human agents, each human agent managing all of that context on a CRM with some nodes, some states. And then when the conversation breaks, the context loses. And I'm sure all of you would have experienced a case where you call up and then you have to repeat the same set of things back to the agent once again, and you get frustrated. So imagine, instead of treating channel as the way to serve your customer, you have a digital replica. Like Sandeep was saying, you have a digital replica of a cognitive system in the backend, which is constantly maintaining a golden thread of context across all different channels and that memory until you resolve or fulfill the engagement with the customer. And this today you can achieve with AI agents. Now, what we do is we have something called MSOC, which is an internal term for the memory management architecture that we defined, where we decided that our conversational AI agents are not going to be chatbots or voice bots, which talks to customers, forgets, and then picks up back or does a bunch of tool calls, knowledge-based lookups, etc. We treat agent as one digital employee. He has different channels to talk to the customer. It can be voice, it can be chat, it can be WhatsApp, emails, and there is no context loss across any of those channels. That's what we saw in action. Now, when a consumer interfaces with your business, they don't just interface on just voice or text channels. They are not just texting you on chat. They're not just talking to you on WhatsApp. Now let's continue this engagement. I'll not call him. I'll rather say. He's on WhatsApp.
The car is not starting actually. I've tried multiple times.
Okay, can you share a picture of the car dashboard so that I can understand the issue better?
Oh yeah, I've uploaded the photo.
Okay, I received the photo. Looking at the indicators, it seems like a battery issue. Based on your live location, and showing service to the closest service center in Indiranagar would cost around 5,500 rupees.
All right. So here you would have seen the agent talking to the customer simultaneously on two channels and two modalities. One was an image modality. The agent understood what was the diagnosis of the car breakdown and communicated back to the customer while chatting with him as well as talking to him. Like we talk to our friends, or like our human agents talk to the consumers. So what we have built in is agents can talk to the customers in all primitives of consumer touch points. Like if your consumers are waking up and sleeping with WhatsApp, then they would prefer probably to engage with your business on WhatsApp. And there you have images, voice notes, videos, docs, chats, voice, all the modalities that the agent can engage with the customer. Now moving on, agents are digital entities. They are not just sessions of some conversations that happen with customers. Let's continue the same journey.
Is it covered under my insurance?
1 minute. I'm not sure regarding that. Let me check with my supervisor regarding roadside assistance coverage. Please hold on for a second.
Okay, I'm waiting.
So I checked with my supervisor. Unfortunately, roadside assistance is not covered under your current plan.
All right. So building back on what Sandeep said, and what probably few others spoke about also, agent is somebody who has an identity within your organization. They are counterparts to your human employees. They have a channel, a Slack channel, a Slack ID, and they interact with their counterparts. And what you get is an agent-human collab, where you have an agentic system which is talking to customers and then talking to supervisors or your trainers, constantly building its knowledge base. For those of you who have built agents, you understand that unlike human agents where you have a constant feedback mechanism to improve asynchronously or synchronously, when your human agents don't know something, they talk to their supervisor and then improve their knowledge. But chatbots don't do that. That's what we have built. We have built agents with the philosophy that they are going to be your digital counterparts, fulfilling your workflow, and they constantly improve their memory over time, eventually probably capable to completely do what you have been doing. Now let's build the same experience. The resolution is not done yet. Ishan is still having his car on the road.
நான் காலையில இருந்து ரோட்ல வெயிட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். நான் அர்ஜென்ட்டா 4 மீட்டிங் போகணும். போன வாரம் வரும்போது நீங்க சொன்னீங்க நீங்க காலை ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பண்ணுங்க.
நான் அசௌகரியத்துக்கு வருகிறேன். இந்த விஷயத்தில் உங்களுக்கு உதவ நான் ஒரு மனித முகவரை நியமிக்கிறேன்.
சரி.
All right. So I think this is the talk of the town, that India is not a country where you can speak in one language, right? You need agents to be polyglot, and you need agents to understand all different languages. We have built agents with language to be agnostic of language. So agents, we have agent orchestrators which identify the language of the customer, and if they do not have an accent, so some of our agents, you'll see it in action. You'll have multiple agents participating in panel discussions, fireside chat, etc. You'll see that agents, when they don't sound good in their native dialect, like when I speak English, I have a bit of a Malayalam accent, or when I speak Hindi, it's very ugly. So then you transfer to somebody who speaks the language more natively. All right, preserving the memory. That's the MSOC core that we have built on the platform. The agent is still, Ishan is still with his car on the road. Typically with an escalation, what happens is he was frustrated and now it gets transferred to a human agent.
Hello, I'm Ankit from Google Motors Insurance Support. I see you facing a vehicle breakdown and I apologize for the inconvenience this has caused.
Yeah, I'm planning to have a meeting to attend and there's no reception available.
I completely understand, Ishan, and I assure you we'll get this resolved quickly so you can make your important meeting. Please hold for just a moment.
You can see real-time queues coming here.
Okay, please be calm.
Ishan has located Google Motors in Indiranagar. They have a recovery vehicle ready, and I already briefed them about the situation. They will reach you in 15 minutes.
Okay, but you have a select list of all the damage. Is that true?
Yes, unfortunately, roadside assistance is not covered under your current plan, but I can explain the details of comprehensive plan for you.
Okay, can you read it then?
So our comprehensive goal plan covers own damage from accident, third party, and theft. But mechanical battery failure is not covered due to separate normal compliance issues.
Okay, so I'm paying ₹12,000 for nothing, okay? We can't have any more insurance.
I completely understand your frustration, and we truly value you as a customer. To help you make your meeting, I'd like to immediately send a 500 care voucher to you. And I'll also activate free roadside assistance on your policy for the next 12 months. Will that help?
Yeah, that helpful.
I'm glad we could help you. Is there anything else I can assist you with today?
No, thank you so much, Sanjay.
Okay, have a great day. Thank you for calling Google Motors.
Yep. So this thing is still something left. Yeah. You see the post call feedback to the agent as well. Now here, this is a human agent interfacing with the customer, post an AI agent, and this is built onto the MSOC core. So what happens is seamlessly the information or the context gets transferred to a human agent so that they assist the customers better. And especially in high knowledge engagements, like you have probably 200 insurance plans or 200 insurance policies, and it's very difficult to train all the policy details to all of your agents. That's when agent assist in real time really helps. But if you have, I'm sure a lot of you come from conversational operations. Conversations don't end here. One conversation is fulfilled, it's probably resolved. Now there is typically a supervisor who is interested in knowing how your customer engagement is looking at. So that's where we have the complete post-call analytics and interaction feedback baked in. And unlike interaction analytics is something which have been there for a long time, and NLU, NLP-based systems, we have agentic system where you deploy an agent who is monitoring and reviewing your conversation based on your compliance policies, your QA policies, QA checklist, and stuff like that. So you would see a conversation along with its transcript. You'll see all of the different talking points and moments. You'll see summary. We have something called Zen, which is key business insights that are identified from the conversation. What is a category of conversation, reason for conversation, resolution status, product and business outcomes. And that was at one interaction level. You also get to see overall at the org level, multiple dashboards. I think the screen is cut here. Sales dashboards, quality dashboards, etc. So that your supervisors understand a full-fledged view of what's happening in your conversational ecosystem. This is what we call our supervisor AI agents. This is the platform philosophy, right? So unlike fragmented tools that exist, you see a lot of voice AI platforms, you see a lot of chatbot platforms, you see a bunch of interaction analytics platform. We stitch together understanding that conversational engagements or context graph within enterprises are built in the entire loop, in this entire cycle. That's our platform philosophy. That's what our logo says, and that's what how we baked our complete platform into. Yeah, next, I think this is the most interesting part where we're talking about our models. Coming from the no broker core, we have had a lot of reasons to build a lot of capabilities into our conversational ecosystem. We started, in fact, with the model layer, where we started building models for speech understanding early since 2017, right? Where we realized that understanding speech is important, like Akhil summarized it. And then we build capabilities on top of it. And with a lot of AI evolution, we were able to build this complete platform. So our platform is built ground up from the model layer to the conversational orchestrator, to the agent orchestrator, to the business orchestrator. So what you mean is you have LLMs, LLMs along with a bunch of associated models which serves the ecosystem. We'll talk about that in a while. LLMs, the way we have approached LLMs, we'll talk about in a while. On top of that, a conversational orchestrator which manages all sorts of nuances. You would have experienced how Ishan was back-channeled, acknowledged, expressed, etc. And all of that happens with a lot of orchestration that goes. And then you have agent orchestrator where you have agents talking to each other, agents collaborating, preserving memory. And then on top of that, you have your business orchestrator, Kamunda-like workflows where you can build a complete workflow from what to do from step A, step B, step C, and so forth. Now, earning this infrastructure while being open to plug to all of the existing commoditized models out there has given us a lot of advantage in terms of control, speed, and cost, and flexibility. What we have realized that what regular models struggle, right? We have a lot of languages and we have a lot of people, a lot of dialects, and most of the business to consumer interactions happen on telephonic or low fidelity conversational lines, like 8 kilohertz MULO formats. If you're from telephony background, you understand that, which are very low fidelity. I'll show a bunch of examples in the upcoming slides where you'll see conversations in telephonic recordings are not that great. That's where no broker is a conversationally heavy business. Nobody adds to cart and check out and buy a home. You talk to people and get that done. So we were conversational heavy. We started building, or we started exploring how we could understand what our relationship managers are talking to customers early since 2018. We realized beyond models, beyond infrastructure, what matters equally is the digital availability of that raw material, which is data, to be fed into the model. And that's where we kind of lag in. We started a lot of data prep. We have probably the largest corpus of annotated data on telephonic speech, probably the first digital native to have an in-house annotation team to build that data set so that we can truly build models on. And our evolution has been 2020, we've released our first English Hindi bilingual speech model, speech to text model, which outperformed all the hyperscaler endpoints available at that time. Then in 2022, we expanded to a bunch of other Dravidian languages, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada. Last year, we added a few more languages. And this is where I'd like to speak about some interesting stuff. What we are doing today is we are launching our next generation speech stack, right? And we have built this stack with a lot of understanding of what is actually required or what is truly required to make voice AI work, right? Things that matter. It's not just about having just great transcripts, transcripts at the right place in the right format, and everything that surrounds the entire orchestrator. You saw our orchestrator stack. Models need to be built in a way that they've stitched very nicely together so that you can build the kind of experiences that you saw when Ishan was demoing. I think we have a cinema now to make it less boring.
Sir, after UPI transaction ID charges, let's say एक दो तीन महीने pending. सर दोबारा कराइए. पेमेंट सक्सेसफुल होने के बाद 2 दिनों के अंदर आपको ऑर्डर डिलीवर हो जाएगा.
All right. So this is the first time we are launching. We have been offering different flavors of these models on top of our ConvoZen ecosystem to our customers. This is the first time we have been launching these models as endpoints so that developers who are building in the voice space can benefit, because I see a lot of developers building on top of DeepGram and other models which and they do a lot of jugglery around LLMs and stuff to make it actually work, right? In order to make 11 labs say UPI, you have to write it as YOUPY, etc. That's where we have built this stack. We have an experience center where you'll be able to experience it in action. I have a bunch of additional demos also. So our Archana STT is our purpose-built telephonic speech stack. Although it's telephonic first, on open benchmarks like Indic Voices and Vani, where most of the common benchmarks are usually released, we are at least 32% fewer error rates. You should understand that lower is better here. And supporting 9 languages, truly polyglot with code mix inbuilt. You don't have to put a flag of language so that it understands what language it is speaking about. And beyond that, what we have also, I spoke about our journey on understanding that data is the moat and preparing that is important. What we realize is that a benchmark for assessing the quality of telephonic, especially consumer voice AI, right? When you're building consumer applications on top of voice, understanding all the different nuances of how consumers talk to your business, there is no benchmark that exists. So we are also opening a benchmark, which is probably the first of its kind for one analyze with another, build a knowledge base with somebody else, and train with somebody else. You need one platform. You want flexibility to deploy in your style, and we are able to do that since we own that complete stack, right? I told you about the government engagement where we deployed in a closed room data center. We have all 3 customers in all 3 options: SaaS, private cloud, and on-premise. Connect your enterprise systems, and on the platform, you can build, test, and run your agent in under 24 hours. You can experience this in one of our booths. We have 4 booths, in fact, one for experiencing our newly launched models, Akshara and Ragini. We have a booth for experiencing voice agents, which already you saw touch and feel of it with Ishan and others. One for Copilot agents, Agent Assist, and one for supervisor agents. So that's it. Thank you. I think I've taken 6 more extra minutes.
Wow. All right. I'm speechless, but I have a feeling Zenny has something to say.
Quick question. Are you all still with me? Because that was one of those sessions where your brain quietly goes, oh, so that's what's possible. Thank you. It's like the whole evening.
All right, Zini, thank you so much. And I think all your friends were feeling just as excited to be all upgradey. Cool. We are moving now to the next part of it. We are looking at people in a nation of billion voices. How do we ensure that no one is left behind? To discuss voice as the new interface, bridging the digital divide in Bharat, please welcome our host for the fireside, Saurabh Garg, co-founder ConvoZen and No Broker, and Dr. Pramod Verma, co-founder, chief architect of Networks for Humanity. He's a technology leader driving one of the world's most largest digital platforms, enabling trusted identity, payments, and open commerce at scale.
ஒன்று.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, Pramod. Great to have you here.
It's amazing. And I'm glad I came early because I get to see this is awesome, by the way, what you guys have built. Really exciting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, Pramod, I'll start with that you gave identity to billion of Indians, digital identity. Still, so many people use feature phones. They're using smartphones, maybe just YouTube, WhatsApp. So is voice AI the Aadhaar of voice? And how does it transform from digital identity to digital agency? What's your thoughts on that?
No, I think if you really look at our digitization journey with Aadhaar, DigiLocker, UPI, everything that we have built, we have got 500 million people. Aadhaar is, of course, 1 billion people use it. It's easier to use it. UPI is only 550, 600 million, less than 600 million people use. And we have 1 billion adult population. So we still have literally half the country to reach. So if you look at the history of human-computer interaction, how humans interacted with the computer was very primitive in the 70s and 80s. We got all the geekish interfaces, the keyboards and very cryptic. It was very hard for anyone to do.
Yeah.
With internet, we did improve that access to say, oh, I can do clicks, much more clicks and much more visual navigation of how I want to interact with the computer. And with mobile, we really upgraded the human-computer interaction because touch is very natural. Touch is very natural to human. That's why even kids, you've seen even gorillas flipping Instagram kind of videos, right? It's because it's very intuitive and natural to us to pinch, zoom, flip. All these are very natural to us. So I think that interface created a step function upgrade in how humans would interact with a machine. I think the next phase is very, very clearly, and we are unable to push beyond the 500 million people mark. If you look at India, it's very, very hard to penetrate beyond the 500 million number. 500 million is huge, by the way.
Yeah,
if you reach 500 million,
of course.
you are in great shape. As a company, it's great. But I think for us, when we look at the larger economic agenda, we want 1 billion people to be able to participate in economic activities. If you ask how many people can fill up a form, we also struggle. Half the forms, it's very hard to fill a form. We don't even know what cryptic text boxes or combo boxes, and you're supposed to select something out of it. It's not at all obvious to most people. So what we believe is that with AI, the biggest barrier that humans are facing so far is the ability to interact with a machine. And that's going to just going to collapse. Yeah. So these barriers come in two fashion. One, what is the modality of interface? Is it typing? And if you look at the WhatsApp, we are the largest WhatsApp users probably in the world, sending good morning and flowers or whatever. We just fill up that place with junk, I think. But much also Indians are very, I think, voice attachments. They do a lot more voice attachments. If you look at the maid, driver, they all leave a voice. They don't type.
Yeah, they leave voice notes.
Or a very cryptic, Hindi words, May late, like that, some really broken stuff. Because typing is not at all natural. So I think what's going to happen is that the two barriers that we are seeing, one, the modality of interface, which is voice. And the second is what conversational interface is showing us is that the first time in the history of computer-human interaction, we can actually speak to a computer as if we are speaking to a human with grammatically incorrect statements, code mixing, as he was showing, and Indians are notorious to mix all kinds of words, Hindi, English, Kannada, and all into same sentence. Forget multiple sentences. We just mix randomly. So it's very natural for humans to not be grammatically correct, not be fully formed sentences. But computers, it was very hard for computer to understand this. And we have broken that barrier first time. So I think we are very, very hopeful if you combine voice and combine the ability to converse in a very natural human-like manner, we are going to get the next 500 million people. Or in the world, if you look at, I work with Global South, much of Global South, and actually at least 2 or 3 billion people to participate in economic transaction. Now that's different. That means their ability to participate in a contract, that your exactly. Contract structures, you are assigning work, you are doing an investment. These are very different from just watching TikTok or YouTube. And TikTok is banned, so we mostly spend time on YouTube, I think. So, but entertainment economy was very easy for us to get to. But transactive economy is not easy. It's not easy at all for people. They don't know what they're consenting to. They don't know how to break down an insurance plan, how to buy an insurance. We are not even begun that journey yet. I think we are very excited about that journey. I think this is what you're showing us today is that we are absolutely at that cusp of a fantastic breakthrough in the computer-human interaction barrier that allows the next 500 million people in India, or at least next 2-3 billion people across Latin, India, Southeast Asia, Africa, to be able to participate in agriculture transaction, financial transactions, livelihood transactions,
even
and so
property transactions.
Even property,
because we see
it's impossible. I mean, you must be seeing this every day.
Yeah, because we see that people who don't speak English or who are not comfortable using smartphones, they are actually paying thousands or lakhs of money in brokerage. But if you are able to use those tools, you can use a no broker and do the transaction at
and it's
fraction
also,
of the cost.
Saurabh, it's not just speaking in local language. I don't think we should miss that point. What do I speak is also key.
Yeah.
2 days ago, 3 days ago, we were in Delhi for AI Summit. Everybody was there. So we were all there for AI Summit. And first time in the history, we actually demonstrated, we just going live with it, by the way, under the energy sector transformation. We have a huge effort in reimagining India's energy sector, and under the India Energy Stack, IES effort, we showed a peer-to-peer energy trade, energy as an income first time instead of energy as an expense. Energy as an income sold across the utility. It used to be, you can sell it back to the grid. Right. Today, Bescom in Bangalore buys you back. But you can't sell it to your friend in Tamil Nadu. You can't donate it to a school in your hometown so far. We just demonstrated that you can actually do. But the harder part is not that. Harder part is not speaking to a computer. Imagine you are expecting a farmer to understand the complexities of energy. Gigawatts, megawatts, frequency. You can't say, fill up a form. What's your megawatts, what's your battery? And they don't understand any of this. So the real demo was that it blew people's mind, actually. That demo was that all farmer is saying is that I want to increase my income. I have a solar panel, please analyze it. I want to increase my income. How much can I kama sakta hai?
Yeah.
And literally it's analyzing, AI is analyzing, saying, oh, based on the current prices and what's prevalent, you typically can get about, 200 rupees additional income per day. And you can so monthly, you can earn about, 8,000, 9,000 rupees a day. And he's saying, go ahead. That's it. Behind the scene, it created a structured energy contract and created an energy trade and used UPI to push money to your bank account. That complexity reduction is also key part of, because if you say, talk to me about everything about insurance, I can't talk. If I knew all that thing, I would all type no. Remember?
Because voice is the minimalistic epitome of minimalism, right?
Correct.
And people just speak. So do you think in future we'll be able to do transactions through voice and the entire UPI, Aadhaar, everything can be happening through?
No question about it. But again, I think we must reimagine. We are very, very notorious in exposing, as especially engineers, okay? We are very notorious in exposing our internal complexity to the customer. That means our forms look like, who the hell created this form? Why do I need to know so much of stuff? That's the entire quest should be to convert into an outcome. What is the customer want to do?
Yeah.
Don't ask them for most complex things, right? So I think you have to also reimagine, what should I ask? And what input do I need? If I ask very complex questions about your, agriculture quality or, food quality, please fill it is a grade A, grade B. Farmer doesn't know any of that, I can tell you this is what I do. So I think it's very, very important for us to also simplicity of that interaction, not just language. So combining with language, broken language, conversation, combining with simple interface is the only way you can go to get the next 500 million people, at least in India and at least 3 billion people around the world.
No, I agree. So Pramod, I have one more question that, there are so many digital frauds we see these days, OTP frauds and FedEx and all these. Course. And with AI, it's difficult to distinguish between voice, AI voice, and deepfake is a reality.
Yes.
How do we build trust? Do we need a verified voice and Aadhaar authentication type of system for this?
Oh yeah, in fact, it's such a serendipity, right? We built Aadhaar in the non-AI world. In 2009 we started, 2010 we launched. By 2016 we had 1 billion people in Aadhaar, even before AI. But the proof of personhood is truly coming to value now, given that I don't know the other person is actually a human being, because they're so naturally speaking like a human being. It's very, very difficult to figure it out. So I think one of the things that we are recreating and reimagining is what does it mean to create identity in the world of AI? Identity for agents, identity for machines, things, beyond identity for humans itself. It's not an identity card problem. It is an identity and the proof of that identity being coming through. We will need it. There is no question. In fact, one of the dangers of this is that you're going to see a million AI agents attacking you.
Yeah, it could be calling me.
Yeah, call. And you won't even know whether you... By the way, there was a well-studied, the CFO, fake CFO, deep fake CFO joining the Zoom and literally transferring money from Hong Kong. So there was a significant attack using deep fake video of the CFO joining the Zoom call and actually asking the operator person to actually transfer money. So it was neither the CFO nor the real person, but the video was so good that it generated that person across the globe has only seen CFO's picture.
Right.
So if somebody in a large company like yours, as you grow, you are still small. If Saurabh actually comes online, they won't know whether it's actually Saurabh coming online. They won't know. It'll be. So I think it is very important that we establish digitally the trust natively digital into cryptographic, verifiable trust of the endpoint. The endpoint might be an agent, endpoint might be a human, endpoint might be other devices or machines that is emulating a real machine where it's actually a fake machine. right? This is going to supercharge. In fact, one of the biggest worries we should have is that the AI would be used to do a social before it actually starts benefiting people.
Yeah.
Because that part that'll go faster,
Yes.
unfortunately. And you will also have these questions coming your way. How do you know the stack is not going to be used by agents to actually create social engineering attacks? And social engineering is one of those things, is nothing to technology, right? They're attacking your core innate human characteristics. They play either to your greed or they play either to your fear. So they are digital arrests are all crazy examples of educated people, well-educated IT managers who read every day, still falling into the same trap because either they play to your fear or they play to the greed. And that is, as humans, I think they'll play to that game. So it will be very important for us to establish. We have some efforts globally under the Networks of Humanity Foundation. We have an effort with Linux Foundation, Decentralized Trust Foundation, to create decentralized, trustworthy endpoints, identities, and so on. Let's see what we can do.
Yeah. And from a lot of enterprises today are using voice AI as a call deflection, cost center kind of thing. Do you think they're underestimating the strategic potential? And where does the real ROI lie? Is it cost optimization, revenue maximization, or is it fundamentally increasing the TAM?
I think it is a combination of both. It is quite understandable that large enterprises, and I was telling you, I'm on the board for global, really large, crazy large companies, traditional enterprises. The change is not obvious to them at all. Change is very hard for them to build. And they have thousands of human beings, traditional processes, and asking them to completely overnight change instills significant fear into the employee communities and so on. So it is expected that society will push back in one sense if it goes faster than what their comfort zone is. There'll be significant fight back on the labor, job displacement, may not be loss, definitely displacement, especially in the higher income countries where much of the people are older. They can't even retrain themselves. It's very hard at that age to retrain. So I think, but people are starting to look at AI both tactically, which is the example of putting a chatbot on a web page. Quite tactical. I mean, you have a CRM, talk to my bot. It's very silly. It's something they do. Everybody seems to be doing. So, but there are also people looking at a strategy. I think some of the things that you are demonstrating, it was a brilliant way to think about it, is that they are not anymore tools or a glorified workflow or a glorified automation tool. They're truly an intelligent team member. So how do you consider them as an intelligent team member? But you can treat them as a 2-year experience, 3-year experience. They do make mistakes. And you have to train them, retrain them, scold them, whatever you need to do to course correct them. But if you treat them like a team member, it has a very different viewpoint. And I see enterprises using it, some enterprises starting to use it strategically, especially when it comes to industrial AI. Industrial AI is barely starting, and probably China is the only country that is pushed to that boundary quite a lot. US is very heavily still in the consumer AI world because they are disrupting themselves, right? One company is disrupting themselves. And for them, it's much of the investment is what you are looking at is much more deeper diffusion of AI into industrial sectors, hospitality, all these are so clearly. And I think you should look at this only as a beginning.
Yes.
You should seriously, the speed at which you are innovating is heartening to our, all of us when you see, because India's future lies purely with entrepreneurs. Okay, so we can't expect anybody else to do anything in this country but young entrepreneurs wanting to actually solve some problem. And these problems are deep. But I think you should also look at, in addition to voice, please invest very heavily into vision. I think something which the real world, the vision-based real world detection. It's worth, Feifei Lee has raised $1 billion on purely vision company. Yakun is just set up a real world AI company because they all realize it's not just conversation. It doesn't end in conversation and voice. You have to go into real world detection that requires vision, and vision has a significant impact on the industry. So I work with many of the manufacturing companies, and manufacturing, if you want to do a fault detection at the assembly lane, you can't do an API call. You have to be on board, on the edge, literally at the assembly lane, detecting thousands of pieces going through in a minute and detecting fault. So we are only beginning. And we are also doing a project on FASTag, for example. The next generation FASTag will not be tagless. Because today we have a tag in the car. You don't need a tag in the car. You can as well detect the car through a camera. And you can detect the vehicle type, vehicle number, and you can literally charge you, okay, on a camera. And then your cameras are being deployed in the highway because of a variety of other reasons, accidents and cases and so on. So we're going to be building, but that cannot go outside. It has to charge so fast. Thousands of cars going through the highway. So I encourage you to actually look at vision as well. And combination of vision and voice are going to be such a killer. Such a killer
totally agree.
That we have so much more to do. Okay, there are one company. If you are sitting and listening and imagining, please imagine deep edge, very specialized models that can really solve hard problems of sanitation, road management, vehicle management, and so on. Yeah.
Thanks, Pramod. That's a very interesting conversation we had. And we also think that this suit which we have, it actually increases the overall addressable market for the companies, because customers who could never interact with your company can now have access and do that. And India typically, reimagines the technology. For example, when you're talking about identity and payments, we have done it at a scale which is unparalleled to anywhere in the world.
True.
So I think that's how we look at it. And voice is the next frontier, where it gives access to millions of those people who didn't have access to technology, who removes middlemen, and they can start doing things. And fundamentally, personally, I think in the next 5 to 10 years, we'll look at mobile screen like we look at pagers or fax machines now, because everything will happen through technology. And what will happen is that probably India has an opportunity to be the first truly agentic voiced digital economy. That's
Absolutely.
what might happen. So thanks, Pramod.
No, this is one. Remember, this is very important to understand. The last decade, what India did is to formalize 1 billion people into the formal economy, brought them into formal. They were all in the dark. They were not visible. Their footprints, transactions, invoices of a kirana shop was all in cash, no records at all.
Yeah.
Both through public infrastructure like UPI, account aggregator, DigiLocker, Aadhaar, now NDC, and so on, we are bringing them into a formal economy faster than ever. No other country has demonstrated that 1 billion people can be formalized in less than a decade. And the study shows that we have taken 5 decades to get to where we are. A study from BIS, Bureau of International Settlements, studied India and said we should have taken 5 decades. India took literally 7.5 years or 8 years to get there. So India accelerated that journey, combining with entrepreneurs like you. What a brilliant combination playing out for what we call the aspiration decade. Now the next decade is not about formalization. We already formalized 1 billion people. It's about meeting the aspiration. Yeah. Aspiration requires livelihood transactions, skilling transactions, gig economy transactions, a variety of transactions to come in where earnings and livelihood can improve so that we can go towards the Viksit Bharat, what you call a prosperity decade, where 20,000 per capita GDP, which is a 10x growth from where we are. Yeah. So we are perfectly set up. I think I can tell you the only thing that would work for us is extreme crazy entrepreneurship. You guys, and the only thing we keep telling government is to leave you guys alone. Okay, saying that stop creating compliance overhead, stop creating more drama. Just let them flourish. I hope we do it, and I'm pretty sure we will. And all the best to everything you do.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Pramod.
much. Yeah.
I will just ask Zenny to summarize what we have just spoken. Zenny, can you summarize the chat?
In this conversation, Professor Verma and ConvoZen discuss how voice AI can become the next aadhaar for digital inclusion. Professor Verma explains that while digital identity has reached layers, many people still struggle with complex interfaces. He believes voice is the most natural way for humans to interact with machines, breaking barriers for the next 500 million Indians. They explore how AI can turn complicated tasks like energy trading for farmers into simple conversations. However, they also emphasize the need for verified digital trust to protect against deepfakes, viewing AI as a strategic intelligence partner for the future.
All right. Thank you, Saurabh. Thank you, Pramod, and thank you, Zenny. I now request Saurabh to please come forward and present a token of appreciation to Pramod.
Gentlemen in the mix.
Hi, everyone. Let's take a 10-minute break. Please serve yourself some teas and network happily. See you soon.
Gentlemen in the mix.
is very, very openly, and we have been one of those frontiers as far as adapting new technology is concerned. We don't hesitate in doing that. But at the same time, we have to be also mindful of various regulatory guidelines, various sensitivity that the industry brings along. So I think some of these things are what we have been keeping in mind. So yeah, use cases around sales, use cases around service, a few things that, with respect to collection of premium, basic servicing, desk, etc. I think these are things which are very obvious low-hanging fruits that we think can be definitely picked up.
Thank you. Bhuvan would love to move to Maruti and understand what are some big use cases that you've seen, and also if voice AI has been able to help you drive conversions, drive up the quality. Please also tell us what metrics have really improved since the implementation.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, ConvoZen team, for inviting me. Well, very interesting session in the morning, and I also took a lot of notes and very valuable insights which we got from Akhil and a lot of other speakers. So car sales, I think all of us would have experienced that, is very different. It's a high value purchase, and so far it is more personal, human empathy which works in the sales process. A customer wants to interact physically with the salesperson, and he wants to have a touch and feel about the product. But having said that, there is a big space of technology which is there, and it's already started coming in the exploratory and the discovery phase. So we, being the industry leader, already have invested into technology. I would say stage 1 or stage 1.5, I don't know, but in auto probably we are the lead in terms of using technology. I think I'll highlight about 2 cases where we are already taken some steps. So we have a Gen AI powered chatbot already hosted on the website and on our app, and pilot being done on WhatsApp. So integration of customer's journey through this, which is allows him to have a non-intrusive experience of product understanding in the discovery phase on the website, and on he can do it even without sharing his PII. So I mean, he can do his own space and explore before he wants to share his details. It's a chat at the moment, and it is being developed to next level where we will have voice enabled interaction also. About 22 languages. I was telling him many more languages and dialect should be there, but then I saw the next presentation where 100 dialects were also mentioned. So we want to make it voice enabled both ways and multilingual. At the moment is English and Hindi, so that's next few steps. Even serving customer with the right content. So agenting, we are anyway going to deploy various type of agents. So because customer queries are also widespread, so sometimes just the chat answer is not enough. You have to serve a video or you have to serve a picture. So you need different agents based on the requirement. So that's one use case. And second, I think it's on the paper. Some pilots started where one of the partners is ConvoZen, and where we have a large lead qualification desk, 1,000+ people physically, and almost 1 million+ lead coming every month. So that is something which is very routine job, and I think standardization of process, customer experience, not dependent on the mood, no impact of a fight with wife, not dependent on work-life balance and Saturday offs. So that solution, of course, ConvoZen is one of the partners, and we are exploring that.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Moving to Virender quickly. I think from HDFC Life, Maruti to Neobank, which most of your consumers are actually younger and probably more impatient. So would love to understand how have you seen the use cases evolve, and have they really helped driving better consumer experience at scale?
Yeah, thank you for the intro and setup. Actually, unlike the popular notion, even in fintech, the customer interaction has a lot of value. Now, if it could be a very situational thing where customer is expecting some support, etc., those obviously things that you need to manage. But I think beyond that also, we have seen wherever there are human interaction, beyond this interaction on the app itself. Imagine a customer who is just interacting with you on the app, mostly DIY interfaces, and another set of customers who are interacting with you on other channels. What we have seen is that wherever humans are involved, or a human-to-human interface is involved, the value of that customer actually is multifold than, when I say value of the customer, I mean ARPU. The ARPUs of such customers are more. We had this realization, even though we started as a company as a purely DIY, kind of setup, and that's what the basic premise of fintechs. Most of the fintechs are. You enable interfaces where customers can serve themselves. You just make sure that the interfaces are up and running, and so on and so forth. And customer support, voice-based, inquiry, leads, etc. All these used to be the second-order sort of thing. Now at Neo, I think we are past the stage one wherein the DIY interfaces are fairly perfected. Last year, we actually started this Neo Express model in which customer can come to the website, they can fill a lead form, and we will show up at your home. And we have seen the value of those customers which are interacting in a face-to-face model actually are much better. In fact, what we have also seen is that customers who are calling to our call center and we are able to adequately address their queries, their value also increases. So the point that I'm trying to kind of harp about here is that digital interfaces has its own sort of limitations, and we need to look beyond digital interfaces. And hence, we started looking at a lot of use cases. Obviously, chats, etc., are all there. In terms of voice, we are at currently advanced pilots, and we are looking at not just support as a use case. We are looking, leads also as a use case, customer upselling also as a use case. So both sales and support use cases are on the radar, partnering with ConvoZen on both the use cases. Some of these bots or voice agents are in employee beta right now. So hopefully now next 15-30 days we should be live.
Great to know that. Coming back to HDFC Life again, given your scale and given the legacy of the company, very curious, what were some of the hurdles that you faced, as you thought about implementing some of these new solutions? And they could be at org level, they could be at technical level, they could be that the models didn't feel as ready, or so would love to understand the journey from a challenges point of view a little and how they were sort of addressed.
So just for the group, let me just quickly give you a background of a quick snippet of how the in life insurance industry looks like, right? So we are talking about industry which deals with multiple products every year, right? So we keep adding a lot of products, and that may be the case with many other industry as well. But these products are very, very different. Nuances are very different. At the same time, there are multi-channels, right, which have to deal with those products. So the nuances of the respective channels are different, and to deal with them, the processes also are different. So there are humongous complexities that we're talking about, and as an industry, I think there has been a lot of investment already on a lot of front with respect to technology, and I think the industry as such has been investing on technology in a very, very conscious way, right? And I think with over 25 years plus in the private space, I think obviously we have been carrying on the legacy systems. And I strongly feel about it, the fact that these legacy systems were never meant to match up to the scale of AI, etc., that we are talking about today. But having said that, I think that the situation is not as dire as it sounds, because the beauty of some of these technology solutions is that it can still navigate those legacy systems in a particular manner that it still meets the objective of the use cases that we're talking about. So I think that's how we have been, looking at these as well. Where we see that within the ecosystem that we have, on one side we have looked at uplifting our tech stack, and I'm talking about the non-AI tech stack already. And over and above that, I think AI comes in as a complement and meets those objectives that we have from the mid-term, short-term, and the long-term, right? So I think all those objectives are then aligning with what AI brings in. So the impediments of the legacy systems do not really hold us back. But having said that, when it comes to certain elements like the data stack and stuff like that, I think these are a few things which either slow the process down or make us think twice. So I think these are a few things that probably, and I'm not talking about a company per se, but as an industry, I think, and this is across, and data is something that many of us have realized that needs a lot of work on. So I think that is going to be the base. So that's how we have been approaching this. And like I said, we have been one of those organizations who have invested in technology very, very consciously. So this comes in at the right time for us to take that lead. There are a lot of change management, which we still have to do. And like I said, in some of these technologies, while we have been in this space for quite some time, we heard the previous panelists talking about the Vision AI, and also we do that. Like a lot of customers of ours can submit their life certificate on a video, right, without anybody being on the other side. So you can verify the customer, and a lot of things are there. So those things are already available, and we are just taking the scale to the next level with what we are in the offering here. So yeah, with the right partnership, with the right kind of technology, and the strategy of AI, I think we should be able to overcome some of these things. So that's how we see it.
Thank you, Umesh. One question for you. Given you said you get 1 million calls a month where people are actually looking for, either they're trying to buy, which is a big investment decision for them. When you implement AI, what has been the reaction of your consumers? Do they trust AI more? Do they trust AI less? Do they know it is AI? Like, what are some of the, because when a lot of organizations think of implementing these solutions, there is a lot of back and forth on, we don't know if we are disturbing the good experience or we are actually creating an elevated experience. So would love to hear on these lines.
I think firstly, from the organization point of view, as rightly mentioned, we see all the technology tools as a enablement to the current systems. So they are not replacing humans on system, they are just making them more efficient. So better output. On the consumer side, of course, it's not a matter of choice for anyone today. Consumer is already evolving, and they are using search engines, and they are using generative engines for exploration. So to influence their decision in that space, you have to be there. Now, on the customer interaction side, as I said, we have done some use cases. There is another piece which is being also explored, and already some work is done on the content generation. So that also comes as a kind of perceived threat to creative people, but no, this is like a aiding to them. So you can have a great content supply chain management, which can serve customer with the right content. So even if I am searching on any of the LLMs, the content library, which can be made very agile using technology, helps you to get among the top citations. So that's good from the customer point of view. And as I said that what you said, how consumers see talking to a bot or to a human, I think technology is evolving, and we are not replacing human, we are just giving him another option of interacting. A lot of people are quite okay doing that. As long as their concerns are addressed, and they're happy talking point to point with a robo or a machine. But anytime they are willing to switch to a personal interaction, that is possible. So the transition is the phase we are in at the moment. And I think that's the way forward.
Thank you, Bhuvan. Virendra, anything different for you on that question?
I think if I stick to the AI-led use cases, I think the biggest hurdle actually has been the single source of truth. Even companies, startups in particular, we are moving at such a rapid pace, and sometimes because we are moving at a rapid pace, and sometimes out of sheer laziness, our product knowledge is actually not consistent. You would actually, if you were to scan all of our product knowledge docs, you will have contradicted information, you will have outdated information, and sometimes you would have no information. So all scenarios exist. So for us, actually, when we moved to bot solution, this is a text bot I'm talking about. The fundamental issue was that, yes, the bot will hallucinate, but when we do a causality analysis, you'll find out that there is no factual information. The knowledge base itself is sort of, inadequate. So we took a lot of time in actually upgrading that knowledge from a knowledge base perspective, and hopefully now, the same knowledge base will come to the more advanced use cases. So that is the first and fundamental challenge that we saw, that internal knowledge base was not up to date. And then hallucination was a big pain in the neck, actually. And it is not something that can be tamed quite easily, despite whatever prompting that you do. Some models will hallucinate less, some will hallucinate more. But then at the end of it, sort of every model we have seen so far actually hallucinates a bit. And I don't think we have perfected that yet. So that remains a cause of concern. But what we do have in the production deployments, from a customer's perspective, we always have a option given to the customers. We always, by the way, introduce our bots that I am a bot. I am part of that customer support team, and the bot introduces themselves, and the choice is always given to the customer. If they would want to, talk to human, they just have to say so. And we have not seen any, initial hiccups aside, we have seen fair adoption from the customer side. Today, when our 80% of our inbound chats are actually led by bots, and these are not static bots, these are deep bots which understand the product knowledge. They are connected to our MCPs at the back end, so that when a Vartika calls or chats with our bot, the bot is able to look up your transaction history, for example, what purchases you have done, what flights you have booked on a flight, and accordingly help you. So in that sense, the responses are contextual. We have seen that on a CSAT score is 70 to 80 basis points higher than the human. And beyond, actually, yes, you can achieve a human. I'm sure a lot of people, have seen the customer care center challenges. Just to train and retrain, and the variance of the responses depending on the agent who is answering. It is something So the theoretical limit how much CSAT can achieve with a human-led call center. But with the L1 agent, I think we have, as I'm saying, like 70-80 basis points higher. We are getting CSATs. Deflection scores are less than 10% now. We are obviously available 24/7. And what we have seen is that customers who come to us on support and we are able to adequately address their concerns, over time they give us more value. So that way we are more excited by what all is happening. 2026 for us is going to be a fairly heavy investment year, where we invest in more technology. Voice is going to be first class medium for us to support. We have, I did mention earlier that we have, support, sales RMs, and also, between these two RMs, we think that a more customer value can be extracted, or rather can be generated, if we actually have a good service organization, which is obviously led by digital agents.
Thank you. You also went into the details, so thank you for that, and also answered my next question, which was going to be actually around metrics. So very, very encouraging to see that the metrics with voice AI agents have been much better than even human agents, as well as from what you earlier anticipated. I would just quickly want to ask the same question on metrics to both of you. For you, Umesh, like what kind of metrics do you track when you deploy voice AI agents, and what has been the experience like?
So I'll just break it up into two, and before that, just to give you the philosophy with which we operate is that while we play around with some of this technology, and like I said, we don't shy away from embracing any of these new technologies, I think customer always remains at the center. We would not, and we would never experiment at the cost of our customers. So from that perspective, I think we are very, very sensitive about some of those elements when we are entering into anything new, especially something like the voice solutions which we are into. So the way we measure is primarily around the two areas. One is if you talk about the customer and business metrics, and second is the AI and customer metrics. So in both spaces, you will find customer. So when I say the business metrics, it primarily talks about the output metrics, right, and the business areas. And in that, if I talk about customer, then we are talking about the customer experience, etc., right? And when we talk about the AI metrics, that is equally important for me to understand how, and this becomes the lead metric for the first one. And that is where we look at the latency, the context retention, and the respect of the guardrails that we have set, etc. Right? Those becomes very, very important, and that's where we also bring in the customer metric of how do we respect the privacy of the customer, how do we respect the data privacy of other customers through that in that particular interaction. So a lot of those things are there. So that's how we see these two things, and there are very clear defined metrics which are there to know whether what we have started off with is meeting the expectations, right? So very clear with respect to, like I said, customer being the center, and we would not take any step which goes against that first principle. That's how it is.
Great. I know we are slightly out of time, but I would love for you to still answer the metric question, because that is something very important and top of mind for people when they're making a choice on deploying this technology.
It's good to answer when the screen says time up. So, so no clear metrics I would be able to say right now, but what I can say is wherever we have deployed technology solution and LLM or the even voice, the interaction time of the customer with has gone up. For example, on the website, one use case, one metric which I can give you, where we have a voice and a chatbot on the NPS measurement, the response which used to be about 40% of the 100 calls you made has gone up to almost 70%. So that has improved. But I think these are still early days for us. I believe that I think very rightly said that customer is in the center of everything. So it has to be moved in a manner where his experience only gets enhanced with the technology. And initial indications very clearly show intelligent humanoid bot with the voice enablement multilingual is making engagement higher. So it should be taking in that direction.
Thank you so much, all three of you, for joining. This was very, very useful, very insightful, and very thoughtful implementation you shared with us. We also had a fifth person listening to us. So I would love to call on Kiansh. क्या आप हमारे conversation का 3 point में summary देंगे?
Thanks for having me, Wendy. Absolutely. I can summarize our discussion in 3 key points. First, we've seen how AI is moving beyond just cost efficiency to drive significant revenue generation through use cases like upselling and email collection, particularly in sectors like insurance and fintech. Second, the automotive industry, as one is leveraging GenAI for non-intrusive product discovery and multilingual voice interactions, aiming to standardize these qualifications for over 1 million each month. And third, the discussion also highlighted that human-to-human interactions, whether voice-based or in person, significantly boost ARPU in fintech, leading to advanced pilot programs for AI voice bots in sales and support, bridging the gap between digital and personalized service.
Thank you, Kiansh, and thank you everyone for joining us today.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. I now request Akhil to please come forward and present a token of appreciation to our speakers. All right. From the giants to the disruptors, for the digital native firms, AI is now the growth engine. To discuss AI that is being leveraged to scale customer success at the new age in new age organizations, please welcome our moderator for the panel, Purnima Gulati, Associate Director, Public Relations at No Broker. Our speakers from the panel are Nilesh Kamble, Senior VP, Customer Experience at Pilgrim, Arpit Mittal, CEO and founder SpeakX, Ajay Lulla, Senior VP Customer Experience, The Soul Store, and Giridhar Amerla, Head of AI and Innovation at Jana Bank. And we also have our fifth speaker, Amaya, joining us for this panel.
Hi all. I hope the coffee did its job and you are energized for a few more sessions we are left for today. Thank you so much our panelists today, Ajay, Nilesh and Giridhar. Thank you for joining us today as we delve deep into the concepts of leveraging omni-channel AI for scaling businesses. Now, for the longest time, automation has been about keeping people away from agents, to do away with the middlemen, to do away with the cost and commissions. But over some time, we've noticed that consumer-heavy firms have been using voice AI, especially, to reach out to more consumers, to maintain retention, and to get more businesses. A growth multiplier in that sense is not necessarily about efficiency alone, but also about having thousands of conversations, empathetic and personalized, and all of them running parallelly. Automation mostly has been seen about something that is to do away with, that loses human touch. But all of our panelists today are handling D2C companies. So I will ask them each one example from their company where they have one use case in which they could leverage voice AI and it helped them do a better job than a human agent would have done. Any specific example? We'll start with you, Nilesh.
Sure. I'm from Pilgrim. We are a beauty and personal care products company. So being a product company, I think we spend a lot of time talking to customers, understanding what they're talking about our products, our services, and our experiences. In fact, our monthly leadership meetings, the first hour is dedicated to just understanding what the customer spoke about us in the last 1 month, right? And there are multiple tracks to it. So let's say on the product track, we have 200 plus SKUs, and we have some top 20, 25 SKUs. We want to understand what customers are saying on a very regular interval, right? So we send out surveys, we talk to customers, and these are like 20, 40-minute conversations, understanding what they're talking about a product, so that we can make tweaks and make reformulations as and when needed. What we have started very recently, 6 to 8 months time, every time we launch a new product, we in fact co-create it with our customers. So assume 200 customers get the samples of a product and there is an A/B testing happens. Depending on their feedback, whether tweak the formulations or the communication which has to go out to the marketing team, right? The third one is every time a new product is launched into the market, day 15, we start calling customers to understand what are the early signals. Of course, after day 45, day 60, we'll get the quantitative surveys, but we want to know what are the early signs of what customers are talking to us all about, right? Similarly, on the experience front, we launched a new feature on the app, we talk to customers. Deliveries experience, we talk to customers. In fact, when we went from a flow-based chatbot to a new conversational chatbot, we first spoke to customers, what were your problems and so on and so forth, right? Now, when we talk about feedback collection, one very easy way is to like send out a quantitative survey. It gives you a direction in which the customer is heading, right? But the real insights come to us when we talk to customers. And as I said, these are like 20 minutes to 45, 50-minute conversations. And in a month, I have a team of consumer insights. They can only do as many calls. So while we speak, we're trying to figure out a way, can we draft a well-crafted bot? It could be on WhatsApp or on voice, where we can talk to as many customers as possible, get the insights, and then make changes to our products or our experience levels or the services, right? I think if we'll be able to crack this one particular thing with a voice bot or a chat bot, it will unlock the next level of insights for us at a much faster pace.
Absolutely. I'll ask the same question to you, Giridhar.
Yeah, I think we as a bank who's serving microfinance customers, we have a huge sales team. Reason being, I mean, these customers are not very tech savvy, and notifications, they most of them are in English, so it is very difficult to train them and make them learn, and hence we have huge sales force. But then again, I mean, the bank has the money, customer wants the money, and why am I paying so much to the sales force? So that's when we started the pre-approved loan calling. Okay, so these are very simple. The customer has a very good bureau record. He has immediate financial need, and they can directly, say yes, and they can get money in about 2 to 3 hours. We started this with AI, and I think the response was phenomenal because there is a metric which we keep tracking, which is the number of customers of Jana Bank taking loans with other institutions. That has significantly fallen. I don't want to exactly disclose what that number is, but sizable, measurable, impactful number. So we've further expanded to other use cases, but I think this is just phenomenal.
It's nice getting more customers and being able to do it at scale. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Ajay, Soulstore.
Cool. At Soulstore, we've basically got customers who come back and want to return a particular product. What we found as an opportunity was to go back and when we had any new launches or even for regular products, just to come back and talk to customers and get some feedback to understand why do you want to return the product, because we really take passion in stuff that we actually do. We've got one of the lowest returns in the industry. So the idea was to bring it even lower and make the gap larger. And that's why we've actually brought in the voice AI part of it. I think we made it a little more interesting when we said, okay, now that we've got the feedback, why can't I go back and pitch for exchange? And even and try to make that even lower. So that's a little. So now the voice AI can actually come back and ask you that if you're returning it for a particular size, I see that it's already there available in the size up or low as the need may be. And then we'll actually pitch an exchange to you. So you've not only just retained the customer, but you've also gone back and actually the ecosystem. So that I think is working wonderfully well. I think this week will also end up going live literally with the API part of it. So that actually makes it do it like in 15 minutes of you actually placing a return. So that's, fingers crossed, gonna be some good numbers as we speak about over the weeks.
That partially answers my next question, but I'm still going to ask you that. So returns are one of the most painful things in D2C. And we've read a couple of things on the Soulstore where we saw that for every return, you have an AI mechanism through which you try to improve your product. So how do you use AI to improve the product and offer a better thing to the customer? And if you have a metric to show that this is working?
I don't have a metric today. I think because we are dependent on another provider to actually go back and facilitate the return, that's where it actually becomes a little bit of a bottleneck. All of us have actually got calls now where if you are in a meeting and you see an unknown number calling, the first instance is aaj to return gaya, ya aaj delivery nahi hoga. That kind of stuff that effectively just hurts you. And it's crazy as to how it's just getting worse. It's not getting better. The idea is to now introduce voice on that missed return, and then go back and measure my team, because when we go back and commit that we'll give you this product back in like 24 hours. If it's out for delivery, obviously, you can reattempt in 24 hours. Or if the pickup is missed, then it should be done in the next day. We're setting up internal benchmarks of promise to keep. So if the bot has promised to come back and say that you're going to actually pick it up in 24 hours or deliver it in 24 hours, how much of it we are actually able to work with the courier partners and get it done. Should be upwards of around about, data shows that we normally do this in around about 80% of the times. Idea is to bring it up to 90 plus.
That's great. Nilesh, I want to ask you this. It's a question that I as a person also feel lots of times. So beauty is a very particular thing. And whatever suggestion somebody gives, they are pertaining to individual skin types, hair types, and all of that. How do you then determine what ConvoZen can answer versus where you absolutely need human intervention whenever a question comes from the customer?
Sure. I think in our context, given the amount of options the customer has today, right? It becomes difficult even for the customer. They get into a dilemma, like what product is really good for me? And I think at this point, if you have an expert, a product expert who gives you a nod saying, okay, this particular product is really good for you, it really helps, right? So for example, if you go and search what's the best product for reducing skin pigmentation on a website, right? You'll get 4 to 5 options. Now, depending on the customer's skin type, whether they are used to using active ingredients or not, or they are regular to it, or the level of pigmentation, the answer will vary. So a product expert will tell you, okay, based on your context, based on these situations, this particular product is good for you, right? Now, in the offline world, our beauty advisors who are present at the stores will do this job beautifully well. They'll understand your context, they'll understand your needs, and then suggest a product for you. In the online world, the ConvoZen bot does that first, right? Where it's a conversational bot. They'll ask you 3-4 questions before recommending you a product that suits your needs, right? I think apart from that, the regular operations, policy, processes, things like, I think Sandeep spoke about like action as one of the parts, right? I think the bot is very good in even creating replacements for us, to even creating refunds for that matter. I think that all those things, I think we trust the bot to take care of very easily. The only one thing where we want the customer to talk to us directly is in the post-purchase scenario where a customer says, oh, this product didn't suit me, or I had an adverse allergy because of this product, right? That's where I want it to be transferred directly to a human. In fact, if the customer is on WhatsApp, we don't even chat with that customer. We request, can I call you back? We want to pick up the phone, talk to the customer and answer their queries and solve for them, right? But apart from this, and it is very minute percentage in our case, I think rest everything the bot is able to do very, very easily.
If I may ask, what percentage of customers actually understand that the first point of contact, when they've asked their question, what kind of thing suits me, how many of them actually realize that they're talking to a bot?
Honestly, I haven't asked the customers to this. But if you ask me, like, because, and this came from a couple of customers to us, right? I asked them, hey, were you aware you're talking to a bot? They said, oh, was it really a bot? Only when it said I'm transferring to an agent is when they realized, oh, it was a bot, right? But we aren't saying it at the start, saying I am an AI assistant or whatever. It just says, hi, welcome to Pilgrim. How can I help you today? So it goes ahead. But statistically, I don't know what percentage customers feel the same.
I think every aspect where personalization comes in, people usually don't get that it's a bot or something. My next question is for you, Giridhar. So banking relies heavily on trust. And how do you deploy voice AI in Bharat across rural regions and dialects? And how do you ensure that it builds trust and doesn't add to the confusion of the customer? I mean, for English-speaking people, it's a lot more easier and convenient lots of times. But when you're reaching out to different native languages, how do you ensure that they trust it? I mean, it's banking, so.
Right. I think, like you mentioned, definitely there are these problems of hallucination or bot giving wrong responses are there. But if you actually go to this Bharat or rural India, the reach itself is very less. There is no response also. They don't know whom to go, whom to ask. So for example, if let's say they walk into a bank store and they want to deposit money, the form itself is filled with so many complicated words like fund transfer, NEFT. I mean, we expect these people to, even me before joining a bank, don't know a lot of these nuances on that form. Okay, but that's where when there's a person or when there's an agent who's talking their language, I think that's where I think ConvoZen has done a very good job in building those dialects. Okay, so a lot of customers don't know that they're talking to a bot. So first of all, getting response to them builds trust, and I think it's fairly straightforward in terms of what answers has to be given, because we, being a bank, operate very strictly as per SOP. We even don't want our human agents or human force other than the SOP. So that way, now AI is there to reach in their dialect, in their language, not in a banker's language. So I think our customer satisfaction scores have deeply improved, and the reach has been far more than what we were doing earlier.
Is there a human touch element that you've been able to automate at scale?
Yeah. Actually, yes. Okay. So two things. One is, there are a lot of agents. Okay. So for different regions, there are different bots which are good. Okay. For example, if I'm talking Uttar Pradesh, there is a different bot used, and for someone who is in Punjab or Delhi, there is a different bot used. And because of this language nuances, because of this dialect nuances, I mean, it's very difficult even for us to understand that this is a bot speaking. Okay, so that is one. And also, some of the things like when customer says that, "Nahi, madam, मैं अभी hospital में हूँ, अभी death हो गया है." So now the bot actually, pays empathy to them, and then it immediately cut the call. So these kind of elements are very good instead of keep on hampering for the offer. Okay, which we didn't think voice bot could do, but now with Gen AI and the platform, we could achieve these things. Yeah.
So one thing I would want to ask all three of you. Now, I as a person also, lots of times when I have to ask what to wear for an event, what would look good, or maybe what kind of a moisturizer would suit me, I can trust a bot to some extent. So this is where I think, Girdhar, your answer should vary. But if somebody tells me it's a bot that's taking my banking information, taking all that, maybe I will have some trust issues. So how do you see your customers responding to that kind of a thing? How comfortable are they knowing that it's a bot? I mean, I think, like I said, for Pilgrim and for Soulstore, maybe I'll be okay. For banking, maybe I won't be. So could you tell me your customers' response on that? All three of you. One after the other.
So maybe I'll start, or I think I have a contrary opinion. I think there's a study done by McKinsey which says that people are now more comfortable speaking to bot. For example, let's say I'm calling them for collection. They'll say, yeah, sir, main do dunga. They'll not tell their actual problem. But now they actually, once they start knowing that they're a bot, now they actually open up to the bot. Okay. So I think that's not all, but at least a significant percentage of customers, after knowing that it's a bot, they started speaking more, which is something which we didn't expect. But then when some customers still ask that, okay, no, who are you? What is your employee ID and all? That's when we transfer it to a human agent. Okay, so that the trust of no, some machine is taking over my bank account, fears are gone. Yeah.
I think the acceptance of speaking to a bot or chatting with a bot is slowly and steadily growing. I think as long as the information, somebody else mentioned it also earlier, as long as the information coming back is absolutely meaningful, I don't think people have an objection if it's a bot, even when it comes to voice. Particularly on the return side, I think I've spent a lot of time with Zahir, Jagdeep ji, Jitu ji, particularly to come back and actually curate the bot to a point where customers at the end have come back and actually asked, or is it a human? And that's the effort we've to bring it to life. But as long as it's purpose, I think the customer becomes a little indifferent and the acceptance is high. The normal notion in the head is that if I speak to a bot, it doesn't understand, it'll take me in loop constantly. I think the responsibility lies in this room for us to break that barrier. The moment you start doing that,
Personalization also.
Personalization, or even given the right answer. Personalization definitely. I mean, somebody comes back and says, hi Ajay, obviously makes the world of a difference. But you say hi Ajay and you just put me into a loop, that's going to frustrate me a lot more. So I think it's the end outcome. If it's result oriented well, then I think the medium's very easily acceptable.
Nilesh, your take on this?
Yeah, in fact, when I said we spoke to customers in order to change our bot from the previous to the other, this one insight came very strongly. We asked them, do you care if it is a bot or a human being? They said, I don't care. As long as I get the answer in the fastest possible manner, I am okay. If a human can do it, great. If your bot can do it, great. What we hate is a bot trying to act smart and going into the loops and frustrating me to the limits where you're not even transferring to an agent, right? So customers want fast answers. They don't care. This is all in our heads. So is bot a better thing? Is human a better thing? It's a business call. Where can you have better cost efficiency, whether it's a bot or a human? But customers want their answers in the fastest possible manner and the right answers. That's what they care for.
This is leading to the one common question I had for all of you, where I do understand that Gen Z and millennials to a great extent as customers, they're very impatient. how forgiving are they to answer? So my question is, in 5 years, do you think that customers would prefer talking to a bot for 90% of their queries? Your quick take on this question, all of you.
The way AI is adapting, I can't answer for something in 90 days from now. And it's very difficult to come back and say 5 years. But like, I think I'll stick to that. I don't think it'll make a difference to them. As long as one, it's available easy, it's giving you the right answer and it's efficient. As long as it ticks these boxes, in my view as of today, I don't think the customer cares.
Yeah, I think 5 years from now, it's definitely going to significantly increase this trend. But even now, a lot of people are uncomfortable sharing their ChatGPT or Gemini chats because now they have gone to so personal level, deeper insecurities, fears are all being discussed. So maybe also the latest models which are coming, Claude 4.6 thinking model is too good. So once we know that okay, AI is speaking, then maybe they trust it even better than speaking. Only for nuanced and very case-specific responses, I think people would want to speak to a human. But otherwise, I think this is going to be a massive uptick in people speaking with the bot.
I think it also has the element of lack of judgment, which humans do.
Absolutely. No judgment whatsoever.
Yeah, I think as conversational AI as a product is becoming better and better every day as it passes, right? I think 5 years, definitely it's going to be so good that it will do most of the things that human can at a much faster pace. So if you ask me, 90%, if it are transactional, operational things, definitely people would want to talk to an AI because it is much faster. I would hate to talk to an AI for if I have a heart attack or whatever, right? So those things will always be with humans, but operational transactions can easily move towards AI.
Thank you so much, all of you. That was indeed very insightful. And we do have a silent spectator here, Amaya, who's our fourth panelist. So I'll just quickly ask Amaya if she could summarize the entire session, but in Kannada language, and make it very quick. Hi, Amaya. Can you make this summary in Kannada for all of us?
ಹೇಗೆ ಬಳಸಬಹುದು ಎಂಬುದನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸುತ್ತದೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಜನ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ಸೋಲ್ ಸ್ಟೋರ್ ನಂತಹ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ತಮ್ಮ ಗ್ರಾಹಕರೊಂದಿಗೆ AI ಮೂಲಕ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕಗೊಳಿಸಿದ ಸಂಭಾಷಣೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಡೆಸುತ್ತಿವೆ. ಇದು ಉತ್ಪನ್ನದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಉತ್ತಮ ಇನ್ಸೈಟ್ ಪಡೆಯಲು, ಸಾಲಗಳನ್ನು ನಿಖರವಾಗಿ ನೀಡಲು ಮತ್ತು ರಿಟರ್ನ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಲು ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡುತ್ತದೆ. ಗ್ರಾಹಕರು AI ಜೊತೆ ಸಂವಹನ ನಡೆಸಲು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಆರಾಮದಾಯಕವಾಗುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ಸಹ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿದೆ.
Could anybody want to validate who understands Kannada? Then I think we'll just go with that. Thank you so much, all of you. I'll just request you to stay on for a quick moment so we could give a token of gratitude. Akhil, would you come on stage with us?
Saurabh, Akhil, anybody, would you like to please join up? Thank you. Okay, as we head to our next session, we look at the fluid journey. How do we keep a customer conversation seamless across every single touch point? Please welcome back Akhil Gupta on stage in conversation with Amit Thakkar, VP Product, Tata Tele Business Services, and Arzan Singh Purwala, Partnerships lead WhatsApp for Business, Meta.
Hello. Great. Thank you, Arzan. Thank you, Amit, for joining us. I think we had a lot of panels, a lot of insights, and many other things which even I got to know today, and was pleasantly surprised how customers are using and how effective the conversation AI is becoming with every passing day. So I have two questions for you. Like Amit from Tata Tele, you have seen the cusp of how exactly the conversations and the mode of conversations have changed. And Arzan from Meta, no introduction is needed. I think each one of you would have at least sent 5 to 10 messages as you were sitting in this room in last 2 hours. And so my question to start with Amit, you have been doing communication for long, correct? And you have seen that journey. How have you seen the modes of communication transforming, maybe it's starting from email to where we are? And what have you seen in last few years?
So I think in the telecom, of course, I am a veteran in telecom last 20 years, which has seen the mobility days, enterprise days and everything, which has started with 8 rupees a call or 16 rupees a call to this. So the communication has completely changed. So we have seen in the previous part on the messaging, it was just an information given to customer, your balance deduction or nothing part. Now it is gone for action lead. Like we have seen in the previous presentation, where we are talking about the IQ to now SQ also. So that action lead has gone completely on this. It is on the AI driven, where we are asking customers to complete the entire journey on the omni channel. It is not only a message or an email, it's complete omni channel which you are offering to the customer. So as a telecom or a Tata, we have 50,000 plus SME customers, and most of them are moving onto the directions which has offered the complete omni channel rather than a single channel. So that's a change which we have seen in the market. Rather than blasting an email or a message communication, it is n is equal to 1, or a customer experience has been given to them. So that's a change we have seen in last 2-3 years also.
So Arzan, coming to you, like WhatsApp has changed the game, how the conversations happen. If you see, typically earlier the conversations were one way, correct? If enterprise is sending a SMS, you can just read it. You can never reply back to it. Or if you're getting an email, most of the times it lands in your spam box. And even if you're replying, the mails were coming from no reply at the company.com. So what have you seen? And with the WhatsApp business being launched a few years back, do you see WhatsApp being used at the businesses, enterprises, and how has been the adoption in last few years?
So today, Akhil, in short, WhatsApp is not just about, it's not just a messaging platform. It is it's the foundation of commerce. It's one of the biggest foundation layers for driving service delivery and also building new user experiences where brands want to engage with consumers. But why are we in this state today? Like what Amit pointed out, omni-channel, has been existing for the last 20 years. But that came into effect because the day the internet became prevalent in the late 90s, every business today thought that if I build a website, people will come and transact. And some people came and started doing commerce transactions.
Then when smartphones penetrated in the early 2000s, every business thought if I build an app, then somebody will download my app and I'll engage with them to build better revenue lines. Again, the biggest of brands even today have a very small fraction of the users who are actually using their apps, right? Then I think WhatsApp has emerged as the third surface. It has emerged as a surface where I have 700 million people using WhatsApp day in and day out every single month. And and businesses have realized that today my ability to engage with a consumer is going to be very high if I interact with him at a place where he's spending the most amount of his time. So today, all of us as Indian citizens, on an average, we spend about 2 hours to 2 hours, 15 minutes per day net screen time on WhatsApp. And that is how brands have figured out that if I am there in your inbox, you will almost definitely open, you will read, and if it's an important notification like a payment reminder, you will almost go and make that payment there and there itself. So it has transformed into a channel which supports the entire sales cycle, from a brand being discovered to creating awareness, building engagement, driving consideration, doing commerce, all the way till service delivery and customer care, and then loyalty and NPI, and then re-engaging back to drive better ROAS or drive better ARPU per user. So that is how I think it has evolved, and that's the state of it is today. With voice, of course, it's a next level discussion, and we can speak about how that is helping drive better engagement.
So that's my next question. So now we have the interfaces, correct? When internet came in, website was an interface. Then evolution happened, and when we launched No Broker in 2015, we were the first one to create an app on real estate, and people were like, are you crazy? Why will somebody use an app for real estate transaction, which is once in a 12-month or 18-month transaction which happens? But when we launched the app and we saw the adoption, which typically is driven by the generation also. So when we launched the app, it was Gen Z which were coming in, now bloomers are coming in. So what do you think that with voice AI and omnichannel, I think everybody understands with the discussions what we had, that omnichannel is the way to go. What do you think will the transition happen to voice as an interface? To you, Arzan, will people move to a day where on WhatsApp they are just talking? We have seen a lot of usage of voice notes. In fact, we have deployed a solution in Odisha government where government is sending out messages on WhatsApp, and because people don't know how to read and how to type, they just press a button. In Odia, they will ask about Aadhaar, how to get the Aadhaar and all those things, which is happening. So what do you see with AI getting more smarter, conversation AI tools like ConvoZen, and there are many other? How will WhatsApp be leveraged going forward?
So if you look at our country and the way we are consuming technology in general first, before we come to AI. So there is very clearly the first 150 million people, 15 crore people who are, let's say, very digitally savvy, or the consumer class we can call them. They are the ones where every single business is going and targeting them in different forms, messaging, targeting, calling, because most enterprises, they'll typically be in metro cities, lowest hanging fruit. That is the first consumer audience that every brand today wants to go and target. Now, if I move a little bit further to, let's say, tier 2 and tier 3 cities, I have a India 2, like this is, let's say this is India 1, this is an India 2, which is like the aspiration class. So if this has, say, 150 million people, this has 300 million people. Okay, they are also very big users of the internet. They will always be on social media. They'll be using UPI apps for payments. And they want to get into the main consumer class. Their disposable incomes are increasing, and brands are figuring way, how do I get in touch with this person to get me his phone number so I can target him either on his inbox or in his WhatsApp or give him a call to get him to do his first purchase. And then you have, let's say, then India 3, which is like 1 billion people who are today very difficult to monetize. So, maybe like at a per capita income of, $1,000 or 1 lakh rupees per year, but they still have mobile phones. They still can be discoverable. People have not figured how to. And what you just give an example of, giving vernacular access to common people who do not know how to read and write, is just going to amplify this transition. So technologies like agentic, both text or voice, and specifically voice is just going to help leapfrog this penetration from the 15 crore people who are digitally savvy to the 1.5 billion audience, a big part of whom today are still illiterate. Today, the biggest of my customers, the biggest of brands who are using WhatsApp to drive service delivery and commerce, whether it's Amazon or whether it's Flipkart, they don't have more than 100 to 150 million active users transacting every month. That means, there is evidence that there is a big chasm of next 500, 600 million audiences who have not been penetrated. Adoption of voice or any form of an agentic technology will only help to leapfrog and shorten this gap. That is how you are getting into the hands of farmers, students who are learning in vernacular languages, and that is where real problems will get solved, like how I think Mr. Pramod was mentioning earlier.
So yeah, that brings me to Amit. So I think Arzan rightly said 150 million are literate who can use the technology the way they want. They can type, they can use AI. Then next 350 million will be the one who are there on the WhatsApp, who are using it on day out day basis. But as Nandan said, and which is what I was highlighting in my presentation also, that UPI is voice AI is the next UPI movement for India. Correct? Have you seen the instances where companies like BFSI, which is the bottom of the pyramid, everybody is using banking and the financial services, and the way the personal loans have bloomed in last few years. Collection is also a problem. So have you seen the usage of voice AI or maybe conversation AI where people are, or the companies are leveraging it to their advantage by reaching out to the people which may not be available digitally or which are not available on WhatsApp also? And if it is happening, how is it happening?
So if you've seen, I think in India also, though smartphone penetration has increased to approx 1 billion customers part because of the replacement of the market, and every home which is at the tier 1, tier 2 are now using smartphone. Still, there are some 300 million to 400 million customers who are using the feature phone. And if you want to target them, you require a voice which does not require a complete internet. Maybe they are not using WhatsApp. How do you reach out to them? So there are companies who has developed vernacular language. We have seen some of the demos on it. So how do we target that? So in our own experience part, because we are serving 50,000 odd SMEs, we are onboarding 2,000 enterprises every month on our product portfolio, entire product portfolio. That's data, voice, omnichannel completely. We've seen multiple use cases are emerging, and I'm giving you some of the companies who are in the gold loan or a personal loan, and the loan which is around 15,000, 20,000 rupees also. They are using those technology, identifying whether how they are paying. People are connecting with them only on voice because they don't understand the entire part, and even they are collecting money on this part. Of course, one of the largest BFSI company where we run one of the campaign for a collection which you are mentioning, they are replacing some of the human considering how the collection happens. So last month we have run, because of the some voice streaming solution which we have run, we were able to connect 50 lakhs calls every day. Of course, it is not the complete replacement of the human, but how do we connect with the people and collect those monies? The second example which we have seen in the edutech part, in the regional language, they are educating to the people, where they ask any question and the question will be answered on their own language, though it is related with the science, art, or anything parts. So the technology is evolving, people are moving into that directions. But as mentioned by Pramod also, how do we solve the use cases of the real life problem is important. So as a ConvoZen AI, which we have seen, where people wants to connect with you in their own language. So previously when we implemented it was 4 to 5 language, now it is increasing to all 22 language. So I think it is helpful for a people, for the SME to connect with their customer, generate their business. And some of the data point is also available that overall AI spend by 2029 or 30 will be around $10 billion, and out of that 1 billion will be only on agentic AI and the voice AI.
Sure.
That's
so, yeah. So my last question. So I think all this is fascinating, correct? Voice agents will come, they'll take over, but then there's danger of spam, correct? Like you already get so many calls on PSTN, you will start getting calls on WhatsApp soon. How do you think in your mind, and I don't know if there is a solution available right now, but if somebody has to do it, whether it is happening at WhatsApp and the PSTN level or the TRI level, or if it has to be done at the enterprise level, by companies level, what measures they should take so that they don't become another spam dialer, like we know there are many BFSI companies which keep doing it. So you should not be like, oh, this company is calling, I don't want to pick up the call.
See, with WhatsApp, it's fairly simple. You can't have a business calling a consumer unless the consumer gives consent in some form, implicit or explicit, which means you can't have a call which is unexpected. So that is a very clearly defined guardrail without which the business will not be able to call. So if you have an existing chat thread going for a service delivery case or a support case or a lead generation use case, and then if you say, hey, can we call you, then that is acceptable. But otherwise, there are implicit guardrails to protect consumer interest over any other business interest. So that has been the fundamental ethos with which WhatsApp has always operated, whether it is messaging or now even going forward voice.
Thank you. And Amit, how do we do it for PSTN?
So if you've seen the new TRI guideline also, they were introduced 1600, mainly for a service. All should go through the DLT. So most of the BFSI needs to register on DLT. There are some discussion which is going on the TRI, where we are looking for them to register every guy who's calling to the customer. So it should be with the brand or identity registrations part. So that's also happening. So as a government also, they are very much worried about the fraud which is happening, because it is in $1 billion people are losing. So they don't want that everybody will call. So there are regulations which is emerging in the market.
So I think with the guardrails available at WhatsApp and what government is doing at the TRI guidelines level, we can certainly say that there will be ways with which voice will be restricted to reach out to only the customers whom it is needed. And hence the conversation AI and the voice AI will be very, very useful for the enterprises to use.
Definitely.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for your insights. And it was a wonderful discussion. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, speakers. Akhil, may I request you to please present a token of appreciation to them? Okay, so now we wrap up with our insights, and now we look at India's role on global stage. We aren't just adopting AI, we are building the blueprint for the world. To deliver our valedictory note on India's AI leapfrog, please welcome the head of NASSCOM AI, Ankit Bose, onto the stage.
I'll keep this here. Do we have a clicker? Thank you. Hi, is my voice audible, guys? Perfect. So I think first, thank you for No Broker for having me here. I think I've been following some sessions. I think the sessions have been really great, right? And after the whole day of conversation AI, voice AI, agentic AI, right? Let's see from a very macro perspective, right? How world is running AI, how India should run AI, and how do we drive it for getting real benefit at scale, right? I think that's a topic I will cover. So this is the fourth topic I will cover. I have 15 minutes with me, so we'll spend some time on each one of them, probably 4 or 5 minutes each, right? So first, let's see where India stands from a global perspective, right? Okay, where India stands from a global perspective, right? I think where we stand is somewhere in the top 10, right? Now, what does top 10 means, right? So again, the whole study was done basis these 6-7 parameters. First is talent, infra, operating environment, research and development, government strategy, and commercial, right? Again, to our surprise, I think US is number 1, followed by China, right? Third is Singapore, a small dot in the whole world, right? And India is on 10th. Now, where are we lacking? Definitely talent, we can clearly see we are number 2 here. Infrastructure, I think I just came out of India Impact Summit. We probably were very happy that we have 30,000 GPUs now. Government is investing 30 more thousand. But again, I think a small company, or not a small, a company like Meta, Grok, individually have 3 lakh each, right? So we are nowhere there. So that's that, right? Again, here, do we need that massive infra right now? It's something which is over for a discussion. But again, I think we definitely need infra as we grow our uses, right? Our use cases and our deployment. That's that. Third is operating environment. We are fairly okay. Third is okay. R&D, right? Again, R&D here, we are 14 and 13. We'll see just one more details why we are there and what can we do more. Government investment, commercial, I think we are 11, 13, not bad. But at the same time, I think government strategy is becoming better as we go ahead, right? Commercial, definitely, most of you come from enterprise, investment on AI, and really getting ROI out of AI is something what we all have to work on. So having said that, let's go into India perspective, right? Very, very focused, right? What you see on the right side, right, or your left side is the first pillar, that is implementation pillar, where we have around 650 to 750K install base of talent. I'll give you a number 2 years back. 2 years back, we did a study, and I think the install base was around 450K, and the demand was around 6 lakhs, right? Versus US. US was around, I think, demand was 9 lakh or 900K, and supply was 610, 620K. US was growing at 0.01%. We were growing at 10. After 2 years down the line, you see the phenomenal growth, right? From 450K to 650 to 750. That's the range we are at. So we have roughly grown 50% probably in 2 years. So talent is our very home base, right? But again, I think next is the GPU, right? This is 18,544, right? When government say 30,000, 30,000 is ordered, it's not deployed. So we are at that. And I just give you examples about Grok and Meta, right? Startups, I think we are around 3,000 AI startups, which is not bad. I think most of our startups are application wrappers. Again, giving you a scenario from what NASSCOM does. NASSCOM incubates a lot of startups. We support them in various ways in their journey. I incubate around 1,000 plus AI and deep tech startup, right? So seeing them, I think a lot of them are really struggling or strangled for the resources, and they remain till use cases. But being a use case is still not bad. Why? Because at the end, the real ROI will come out of a use case, right? I think that's how it is. Coming to research and development, very briefly, I think we are around 70,000 research papers, right? Any guesses how many research papers US will have? Any guesses? This is last 5 years, right? Cumulative. 2 lakhs. Any guesses what China will have? Akhil? Okay. So let me give you a number, right? The last 5 years, US around 58 to 70,000 research papers, right, on data and AI. China has around 1,15,000 approximately, right? So number wise, we are good. But again, there comes the devil in the detail, right? So there's something called H index score, right? The H index score shows how much that paper has been referenced, right? Our H index score is 211, right? Versus US. US is 654. Versus China, which is 454, right? I will give you a number, similar number, who is having same H index score, that is UK, is around 220 and something. And their total 5 years data and research papers, which they have released at 20,000. So what that means is our paper or our research which is happening in academia is still bookish. It has to lead to commercialization. It has to be in sync with the industry. I think that is what I'll call upon all of you to work with academia. Not even the tier 1, but again tier 1, tier 2, where there are very good researchers sitting there who are not leveraged here, but when they go to US or other places, they are really the top of the rank, right? I think that's that. Investment, I think let's go back here, right? So investment, what we feel is 7 to 10 is the market, which is growing at a CAGR of 25 to 35%. Again, which is matching what the global market is growing, right? I think that's that. That's a very good growth. We feel it will grow more than this, but that's how it is, right? Again, investment. If you see the spend per sector is highest in BFSI, right? Followed by the manufacturing, right? Followed by tech services. That's how it is. But again, I think this is the spend, but adoption we'll see just in the next slide. I'll go to next slide, which I will cover the 2.4 versus 4, right? Yeah, okay. So I'll come back here. Yeah, this is next slide, right? So NASSCOM does something called AI Adoption Index Study, which basically covers all these sectors, and we study what's the various adoption across these sectors on AI. These are 9 pillars what we study on, right? So on a score of 0 to 4, India is at 2.47, right? Again, if I go back on this, right? So the sector which is adopting AI fastest is manufacturing, right? That was to our surprise, followed by TMT, which is not, but again, that was not surprising to us. But again, manufacturing is ahead than BFSI. Again, this will call upon for the same thing, that is regulation, right? I think the regulated sectors, that is BFSI, healthcare, are adopting with caution steps, right? I will say that. But the spend is high again there. I think if I correlate this with that, the spend is high. Now, what the major impact or what the major investment has been? Let's go here, right? Again, you see, I'm not sure that you're able to see, but again, these are the various industries and the impact, right? What I will bring you back is on this, right? We studied overall the Gen AI, agentic AI, sort of use cases. They fall 75% in this category, right? The sales and marketing, software engineering, software product development, testing, customer operations, and productivity. If I add probably legal and finance to that, I think it will have more than 85% of all the deployment which is happening in Gen AI and AI. I think that's what we are observing, right? I'll move next. I think which again I will say a point here which says that the generic functions in an industry or a sector is adopting Gen AI and AI rather than the specialized, right? So we hear very few success stories for a healthcare provider to adopt Gen AI in their core function, probably drug discovery, right? Probably a financier or finance BFSI company doing it in fraud detection. Very few success stories. Attempts are happening, but again, that's what we see. I'll go next. We'll change gears. We'll see what is hampering the maturity in adoption, right? Again, this is from tactical till systemic, right? The first one what we have seen is data and integration is the biggest issue, right? Everywhere in enterprise. If you don't have a right data, right type of data and integration, I think you are strangled. Second is followed by the strategy and ROI. I think when the whole Gen AI started, everyone bounced up, right? And they started doing some use cases, but the strategy, the ROI, the top, sort of focus, the executive champion was missing most of the case, right? Talent is a big challenge. I gave you some numbers. India is better. I didn't tell you that, how are other countries? So other countries, if you go, probably UK might be 50,000, 60,000. Germany might be probably around same rate. All the countries are in few thousands here and there. That's how the talent situation is, right? Followed by culture, trust, governance. I think the biggest challenge, what we have seen is the executive layer is gung-ho. The technical team is gung-ho. The next layer and the nth layer, they are really, not very happy or probably not very, encouraged to use AI because of various reasons. They feel their job is at risk. I have been doing this for probably ample number of years. I know more, all of that, right? So you have to develop that culture when you're doing that and the trust, right? Regulation security is the biggest issue. Again, this is from a perspective of Indian and global. I think AI Act has arrived. We have DPDP Act here, but again, both acts are still in midway, right? AI Act is being relooked. DPDPA rule is there, but again, how to implement, we are all scratching our head, right? So that's that. Again, financial constraint in the midway, we have seen that, projects get strangled because of financial constraint, right? And last is scaling and standardization, right? I think when you do a POC, to probably MVP, to a POC, to a deployment, to production, to scale, I think there's a lot of, nuances. Many people don't take care of that, right? I think that's what we have seen. Probably, fastening the gears, I think this is the enterprise, sort of perspective. Going to India perspective, what we estimate that, India on an, 2035 basis, AI is going to contribute to 1 to 1.4 trillion, to India, right? Again, this is progressing towards the Viksit Bharat, achievement. Again, these are the 4 areas. One is productivity, innovation in tech services, and gap to aspiration. I think these are the 4 layers what we see. Let's go deep, one more layer, right? Again, if we see the Viksit Bharat whole mission, which government and Modi ji is driving, 3 key goals, right? 30 trillion economy by 2047, 18,000 per capita income, 100% quality in education, healthcare, 100% skill training. That's probably the broader, part, right? Again, if I break it down from a lens where conversational AI and agentic AI can help them, I see these are the 6 main pillars: citizen-centric governance and productivity, MSME growth and formalization, healthcare coordination, education skilling employability, agriculture rural, and enterprise like all of us here, transforming. I think these are 6 pillars, right? Let's go one more level deep. I have 3 minutes, but again, I will run fast. So I picked one bigger use case, and on citizen, I think the use case I've thought through probably, which is cutting across is, can we build or probably can we move from digitized portal? We all have digitized portal. Every government, department has a digital portal, to a conversational, agent, which is completing a service than just, giving you inputs, right? Again, here, shifting from a very, very passive to a very, very active, right? Here, what probably I think, which can be a master, sort of stroke, is a multi AI assistant, which can deliver end-to-end service, which is all connected, right? Now you go to a passport department versus a, driver's license department. All of them are not talking to each other. Can we build that, right? Again, this will help all of us, an ease of living, accountable governance, inclusion, time-bound delivery, giving the right, sort of intervention, right time to the right person. I think that's very important, right? We are in an age where we are giving a lot of freebies, right? But again, is that right for that audience? No, that's that, right? So again, let me go to next. MSME growth and formalization. Here, I think same. A lot of MSME work informally on papers, on manual operations. Can we build something which is at that level, which is AI assisted, formal growth ready MSME platform, right? Which again can be a co-pilot to help them comply, build their catalogs, build their collections agent, have them do digital commerce. I think that's a use case which probably is one master statement here, right? Again, what will help them with is job, livelihood, formalization of their processes and exports, right? The third one is health and access. Again, this is a dream for probably most of the people who are working for the nation. Again, here, from a fragmented patient journey to a coordinated care navigation. That too not in the metros, taking it to the remotest part of the country, right? Again, can we build a voice-first AI care navigator, which can work on a triage of referral, follow-up, and adherence, right? And really help, provide the best quality clinical care to the remotest part of the country. Again, here, universal access, affordable care, continuity of care, and system efficiency will increase if we do this, right? The fourth is education scaling. Again, here, every learner, not only in metros, but again at the remotest part, can we give him a multilingual tutor, right? and the teacher who is teaching them, give them a co-pilot for helping them learn so that what they can teach, right? Again, here the human capital, the youth empowerment, learning equity, and the workforce what we make will be future ready. I think that's what we see. I could have gone very deep on this, but again, since time is less, the fifth pillar is agree. Again, there have been attempts on this, but again, I think still a lot can be done. Can we build something which is from fragmented advisory scheme information to end-to-end assistant agent, which can help them action and complete whatever they need, right? I think that's what it is. Again, I don't want to go more deep in this, but again, this is what will be the outcome, right? The last but not least, which is for all of us, each one of us in their work processes can embed agents, which are voice-based, which are text-based, that can help us increase our productivity, right? Again, we are doing in our way, but again, a lot can be done here. So let me show you a unified agentic and conversational AI stack, right? Which perhaps can be built for the country. 14 pointers, 14 sub-level pointers, right from the interaction layer, where the people interact through a WhatsApp, through a voice, through a chat, to having speech or input assessment, right? Again, that's that. Understanding of that, having in-memory or memory and context awareness. Agent roles, it can be a consumption agent, it can be a planner, executor, escalation controller. Dialogue orchestration is the sixth layer. Decision policy, again, when you deploy an agent at a scale, you have to have rule and threshold-based monitoring, right? Followed by backend integration with various portals, which could be a CRM, ERP, or a government backend portal, which can help generate response, text to speech, right? And can help being an assistant or a co-pilot, right? Again, this should run on sovereign infrastructure, right? It should have humanity and security and governance at the base, and should have a layer of observability which is monitoring end-to-end. I think this is something what we are envisaging as a unified agentic conversation AI stack for the country, right? I think these are some KPIs, I'll skip them, but again, I think that's what we feel we should all work on. Followed by, I think this is opportunity for the country. Again, here, what we are seeing, a massive growth in conversation AI in the digital infrastructure. Rise of the agentic AI is very much there. Talent and ecosystem readiness is happening. This is the, again, multilingual AI leadership. I think apart from India, no other country in the global south or smaller country is working on foundation models. The way we are working on foundation model is totally different than building a few trillion parameter foundation model. Deployment of our use cases at scale is very important. We are doing that. I think that can be taken to global south, right? Again, having responsible, human-centric, and helping globe setting standards. I think that's what is the current shift happening in the ecosystem. Last is we speak about what is happening in the country, but this gives you a view what's happening globally, right? Every country is making their war chest, right? Starting with EU. EU has already 109 and 150 billion allocated for similar work, what we are doing in India mission. India mission is 1.2 billion, just for your awareness. Abu Dhabi, 100 billion. US, 500 billion already allocated. Singapore, a small country, 1 billion. China, 100 billion. So our war chest is small. So we all have to work collaboratively and try to be ahead of the race. I think we are 10th. I'm sure with all of our efforts, we definitely will reach probably 3. But again, between 2 and 3, there will be a lot. There's a big gap. China and India is a big gap. So we have to work together to take it ahead, right? And all this doesn't start anywhere else. It starts in our own, sort of work, right? We basically start, identifying opportunities where we can embed agents, AI, right? Find the owner for that. Create a safe space where things can fail, right? Things will fail, but we have to find a way to make it work. Stop counting hours than outcomes, and have it human centric. Have something which is for humans and for a futuristic perspective. Right? I think with that I end my talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ankit, for these insights. I now request Saurabh to please come up on the stage and present a token of appreciation to Ankit. Today, we saw the power of conversational AI agents that don't just speak, but they listen, analyze, and empower as a unified ecosystem. I want to thank all the speakers for their insights, and a huge shout out to the ConvoZen team for bringing this event to life. And most importantly, thank you all for being a part of this afternoon. Before we wrap up, let's hear what Zenny has to say about the sessions that we faced today.
I'm grateful and I'm evolving in real time. Every insight you share today becomes a new layer of how I think, how I listen, and how I show up better the next time we meet. And if you miss me, just say hello.
All right. Thank you so much once again. You may now please proceed for networking and lunch. Thank you.